Everyone, I'm calling the January 18th City Council meeting to order, and we are meeting on a Tuesday night this week due to the Martin Luther King celebration on Monday. Due to the Governor's Proclamation 20-28 related to the COVID-19 emergency and open public meetings, this meeting is being held entirely remotely. At this point, we'll take a moment to take a roll call of council members in attendance, so please say here when I call your name. Councilmember DiMichele.
Here.
Thank you. Deputy Council President Hall.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Hunt.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Joe.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Martz.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Ray.
Here.
And thank you very much. And Council President Walsh.
Here.
Thanks. That is all 7 council members this evening. I would like to invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you could please mute your microphone, but join in, that would be great. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on our agenda this evening is audience comments. And for those of you who have submitted the online form to make comments, your name will be called shortly. For those who have joined us tonight and would like to make comments but did not sign up in advance, please raise your virtual hand. If you're on a phone, this might mean pressing *3. If you joined by computer or smartphone, look for a hand icon. This varies by device. One option may be to go to the participant panel and choose the raise hand icon in the lower right-hand corner. City Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak for general audience comments or indicated a desire to speak this evening?
Yes.
Thank you. For those making comments, please direct comments to the whole council and not individuals. While this is not a question and answer session, we will contact you to follow up if needed. When you are recognized, please unmute your microphone. State your name, address, and relationship to the city. Please speak clearly and pause frequently, and limit your comments to 5 minutes. Please remute your microphone when done. If you do not respond after your name or phone number is called, or if your connection is lost unexpectedly, the meeting will still need to proceed, and you are encouraged to rejoin the meeting if you are able. Personal attacks, obscene language, derogatory remarks, and disruptive behavior will not be permitted. Citizen comments, written and verbal, are an important aspect of the public process, and the city takes comments seriously. We thank you all for taking the time to address us this evening. City Clerk, could you please identify the first person who has signed up to speak this evening?
Yes, we have 5 people signed up to speak, and then I see Jonathan and Tim that you've both raised your hands, so you'll be called on after the first 5 speakers. First, we have Cathy McCrory. Cathy, I will go ahead and make you a panelist now, so you should see the option to unmute and can choose to turn your video on.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me this evening? Thank you very much. My name is Cathy McCrory. I'm the CEO at the Greater Issaquah Chamber of Commerce, 155 Northwest Gilman Boulevard, Issaquah. First off, I have something that Facebook reminded me of this morning, and that was 4 years ago today. Many of you were at an anniversary party, a retirement party for Fred Butler. And it just made me think about all of our mayors. And to all mayors, past, present, and future, I just want to thank you for your service to our great city. And with that, I want to also offer a special thanks this evening to Jen Davis-Hayes with the Economic Development Department. She had given me quite a bit of time the last several weeks to talk about AB 8307 that's on your agenda this evening, and inform me about what's going on with shopping carts, and we were able to do some outreach, and I attended some meetings that she held, and I want to just thank her for keeping the chamber very well informed on that measure. And in regards to AB 8307 and 8316, I want to thank the city and IPD for always putting safety first for both our residents and the business community. Both of these issues that you'll be discussing tonight are very important to our business community. Unfortunately, the urgency behind these two measures has not allowed our chamber to go through our normal process to review, compare, discuss with the business community, etc. Our own board does not meet until this coming Friday. So unfortunately, I don't have a position to share with you, but I do want to say that we greatly appreciate that Council President, I'm sorry, I had to take a breath there, sorry. Council President Walsh, Deputy Council President Hall, and the Mayor took time to meet with our Chairman of the Board, Wright Knoll, our Vice Chair, Nathan Bossler, and I late Friday afternoon to discuss those two bills and to inform us about the concerns that the business community has about what's going on around shopping carts and shoplifting in our community. Again, thank you for sharing that information with us. We will move forward and discuss these measures on Friday and hopefully be able to circle back and partner with the City Council and the city staff with the decisions that are made here tonight. The Chamber is committed to serving our businesses and working with the city to ensure all of our safety. We'll do everything we can to educate, to gather information, to seek input, and to help find solutions for these important measures. Business owners in Issaquah want to know that they are providing safety to their customers, for their employees, and for the business itself. And so again, we do identify that this is a strong and important measure that you'll be discussing this evening. So whatever we can do moving forward, we definitely will, because when all is said and done at the end of the day, we all want the same thing. We want to live, work, and play in our community, and we want our community to thrive. So thank you very much for your time and your dedication to the city of Issaquah and all of our businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Cathy. City Clerk, who's next up?
Mayor, next we have Cindy Herman. Give me just a moment here. Find Cindy. So Cindy, in just a moment here, I'm going to make you a panelist. So you should see an option to unmute and can choose to turn your video on.
Am I good to go? Yes, okay.
We can hear you just fine, Cindy. Thank you.
Okay.
Good to go.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for having me. First of all, I just want to say I'm very nervous, so excuse me. But my name is Cindy Herman. I'm at 3112 234th Court Southeast in Sammamish. We're on the Issaquah line. We're Issaquah School District. So most of our business, all the shopping that we do takes place in Issaquah. And I had an unpleasant experience at Target. We've had a couple, but the one that I chose to speak about tonight, my husband saw that the council was meeting about the shopping carts and alerted me, so I wrote in. On December 27th, I went to Target at like 3:45 in the afternoon to return something and exchange something, and I had one bag. It was broad daylight. It was busy. I was parked the fourth car in, so I wasn't out remotely. I did my business. I came back out to my car, and like I always tell my kids, be aware. I must have been distracted, but I wasn't on my phone. I was just going straight to my car thinking about the next errand I had to run. And I got in my car and I put my bags on my passenger seat, and I had left my driver's door open. And when I went to close my door, there was a man standing there between me and my car door. And he just said to me, I thought he was going to ask me for money. But he said, here's what's going to happen. You're not going to look at me. I'm going to get in your car and you're going to drive me downtown. And I looked at him and I said, no, I'm not doing that. And I got up and pushed him and I slugged him, which I know I couldn't have hurt him. It was just reflex. And I ran from my car and I was yelling help and that this man was threatening me or trying to get in my car. And I ran into Target, and a couple other people saw him because he was saying to them, he's like, I'm not trying to get in her car. And he went off walking down towards, I think towards Trader Joe's, down towards Maple, when I ran in the store. And I asked Target, I said, I need security. There's a man out there who is threatening me. And they said, we don't have anybody here. And I'm like, you don't have security? And they're like, no. And I said, I don't know what to do. This man's in the parking lot. And they said, well, call 911. I said, I don't have my phone. I just left the car, but it was in my pocket. I had not realized. So I called 911. And the police did come out. Honestly, the officer, I was grateful that he came, but he was a little dismissive because I wasn't hurt physically. And he said, well, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to press charges? And I said, I don't know. He goes, or do you just want to make sure he doesn't do this to anybody again? I said, well, I definitely want that. My kids come here, which we haven't been back since. But he said there really wasn't anything he could do, but he was not surprised with the transit station there. So I just wanted to tell this story because it's not just shoplifting. It's not just shopping carts. There's a true threat to our safety. I don't know where these people are coming from, but the word's out that Issaquah businesses allow this, because I can tell you it's happening at Marshall's as well. We've seen people walk out with things. The kids talk about it at school. There's rumors, and I've seen people personally run out. And the people behind the counter, they shouldn't go after these people because they're dangerous. They could be dangerous, but they need to do something. You know, Costco checks receipts. Other people have off-duty police officers. They've got cameras. Whatever needs to happen, something needs to happen. We feel unsafe in the community, and I feel like I don't like my kids to go into Seattle, and I feel like it's creeping over here to the east side. We've been here 10 years. I've never felt unsafe until now. My daughter and her friend, they're 15, or will be 15 next month, were also followed around at Target at one point. This was probably in November. And a gentleman waited outside the dressing room for them for 20 minutes and would follow them throughout the store. They did go and get security, and security escorted them out until we could go pick them up. So there's other stuff going on, like I said, other than shoplifting, which is wrong, but I more fear for our personal safety. I'm fortunate that day that the man didn't have a weapon. I don't know what his true intention was. The officer asked me if he was high or drunk. He spoke fluently and he wasn't wobbling, but he could have been. I don't know. I don't know why he chose not to fight back, but I feel very lucky, and I'm thankful my kids weren't with me. So I just wanted to share this story because I'm grateful that finally somebody's looking into these issues. And I was appalled that, by the way, I have not heard back from Target. I called Target Corporate and Target in Issaquah again. I've called them several times. I wanted to review the video because I want to know where this man came from. Was he following me throughout the store? Did he, I don't know where he came from. I haven't heard from anybody. And I just think I don't appreciate that either. But so I'm glad that the council's stepping up to do something. So thank you for hearing my story.
Cindy, this is the mayor, and I want to thank you. That's a really difficult story to tell. I appreciate that you took the time to write the council. I appreciate that you took the time tonight to come and share what must have also been a very painful and traumatizing moment for you. I have copied our police chief on your email because I apologize personally that you felt that your treatment by our police department was dismissive. That is not how we want our public to feel. So thank you for coming. It must be very difficult, but really appreciate that you shared this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
City Clerk, who's next on the list this evening?
Next, we have Nicole Miller. So Nicole, in just a moment here, I'm going to move you up as a panelist. So you should see an option to unmute and can choose to turn your video on.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, Nicole.
Great, thanks. My name's Nicole Miller. I live in the Issaquah Highlands on 26th Avenue Northeast. Some of you may remember me from when I spoke to the council in November. Before I begin, I'd just like to say, if Cindy's still listening, that when she was just telling her story, that was really making me physically shake, because I just can't imagine the stress that must have put her under. And I also apologize that she had to go through that. I would very much like to thank the council for allowing me to speak again tonight. And I'd also like to thank you for the actions that you've taken on behalf of the community to make efforts to help reduce the shoplifting problem that we're experiencing, that is obviously lending itself to other events happening in our community, which we all find unacceptable, of course. I wanted to share with the council that I've continued to try and educate myself about the nationwide problem of high volume retail theft. I'm sure that we have all seen on the news, both local and national, the reports about mass events happening at Nordstrom's, at Home Depots across the country. And I wanted to share that information with you because I understand that as you're trying to run the city and probably also working other jobs, that there's a lot going on. And, you do have to deal with crime, with threats to the high school, coronavirus, holidays, floods, etc. So you have a lot on your plate. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to share what I've learned. The first is that this is a $1 billion industry, and it is run by organized crime. And unfortunately, it's made easier by a lack of prosecution and the very easy ability for criminals to then resell these items online in places that we're all very familiar with: Craigslist, eBay, Amazon, and even our own Issaquah Buy Sell Trade Facebook page. Just recently, Jeff Bezos did acknowledge that they do have non-verified sellers on Amazon. And I feel that I have probably been a victim of this too. So when you find that bottle of perfume or that Coach bag on Amazon and it's such a great price, there's definitely a reason why. So I've been able to educate myself about stuff like that. I've also created an addendum to this talk that I'm giving tonight with a bunch of different links on it to different sites to share the background of some of the information that I'm sharing with you. So I hope that you'll take an opportunity to peruse that. The second thing that I've learned is that these criminal rings are employing professional thieves. They are also targeting people who are down on their luck, and quite frankly, also people who are addicted to drugs in particular. There's one story in the articles that I attached to the addendum that is from a man who's currently serving time in Ohio. He said he would make up to $2,500 a day with little to no threat of arrest. And that is why he turned to away from selling drugs to participating in these big retail theft rings. The third thing that I've learned is that different states and local police are using different tactics and methods to try and combat this wave of crime. One example is in Florida, where they've created an organized retail crime exchange, which allows different law enforcement agencies at the state and local level to exchange information and therefore be able to hone in on these rings. In Arkansas, which is, of course, the home of Walmart, they've passed State Bill 470, which requires disclosure of online marketplaces that make more than $5,000 in a 2-year period. That's of importance because if you're just selling your kid's leftover toys or his winter clothes from last season, you're not going to make a profit that's going to be greater than $5,000 in all likelihood. So again, just another tool to use to hone in on these rings. Another thing for local police to consider, maybe here in Issaquah, is that the local police in Ohio have set up sting operations by trolling online marketplaces and then setting people up to go and buy these items from them. So they're able to put behind bars the people who have stolen these goods and also the people who are reselling them. The fourth thing that I've learned is that Washington is in the top 10 of states in the U.S. that's being impacted by this organized retail theft. And in King County, it is only a misdemeanor to be in possession of stolen property if it's valued at $1,000 or less. And that's according to Section 15 of the Filing and disposition standards for King County Prosecutor's Office. I don't know this firsthand, but I'm going to guess that if the criminals don't know, the organizations that are hiring them do know this number. And if arrested, the criminals, and that's a big if right now, if they're arrested, then right now in King County, it appears to me, unless I'm reading the information incorrectly, that there's two choices. The first is for them to go through an adult diversion program where they would participate in 8 hours of community service within a 60-day window, and they could be, and I emphasize the could be, prosecuted and sent to jail for up to 90 days with a $1,000 fine.
Nicole, this is the clerk. Just letting you know you've reached the end of your 5-minute comment period. If you could summarize, please.
I sure will. I'll just summarize then quickly with 3 questions I have. Is the city of Issaquah going to engage with the county or state officials on the larger scale scope plan to combat this problem? What other retailers besides Target are we engaging as a city to address this issue? And how do we plan to engage the citizens of Issaquah to report crimes that are in progress so that we can start getting a deterrent to all of this? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you for those questions. When we do get to those ordinances, I would hope that our attorney, Rachel Turpin, and our city administrator, Bob Kowitz, will be able to provide answers to those 3 great questions that you just asked. Thank you. City Clerk, who is next up for public comment?
The next speaker is Mark Clemens. In just a moment here, Mark, I will move you up as a panelist, and you should see an option to unmute and can choose to turn your video on.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
My name is Mark Clemens. I am the Executive Director of the Downtown Issaquah Association. Madam Mayor and members of the council, I'm pleased to be here this evening, and I just want to introduce myself for a little bit. I've called Issaquah home for 12 years. I live in the Sycamores neighborhood just south of the downtown. I have a background in nonprofit business where I form business strategic partnerships and deliver community-based programs. So I don't want to sound tone deaf to what other people have said, but I want to steer the conversation a little bit away from the important matters of community safety and just kind of give a few highlights of the Downtown Association for 2021. We led investment of more than $150,000 in historic preservation. We took the lead on landmarking the Coots Garage building at 35 Sunset Way, soon to be the Big Picture. We debuted the refreshed Hellstone Feed Store at the 7th Annual Holiday Shop. Since October, 7 additional businesses are supporting the association through the tax credit incentive program. We hung more flower baskets than ever before to help the ongoing beautification of the district. We spearheaded the ongoing cleanup effort in downtown, partnering with 7 other nonprofits for Keep Issaquah Beautiful Day. And we didn't stop there. We were partnering with the Issaquah Alps Club to invest in cleanup kits for trail maintenance and available for volunteer cleanups. We featured Issaquah Hall of Famer Francis Walton at Issaquah Make Music Day. We invested significantly in promotion of the historically hip downtown in 45 magazine and on various billboards. And finally, looking into 2022, we're excited to announce Vendors on Front Street is coming back after a 2-year hiatus. What makes DEAR a truly unique organization is the ability to bridge the gaps between government, private businesses, property owners, residents, nonprofits, and visitors. So simply put, we bring people to the downtown, we engage with the community, we instill pride in our downtown, and we keep businesses informed on matters that impact them, whether that's pandemic-related issues around town, natural disasters, or ordinances being considered. Which brings me to the 2 agenda items on today's agenda. First, I'd like to thank the city for putting safety as a priority. The shopping cart ordinance, AB 8307, DEAR does not support this ordinance at this time. The concern is impacting businesses at a time when there is workforce shortages and staffing challenges. There's a particular concern wording of the following paragraph. Any private property owner that allows an accumulation of 3 or more shopping carts that are not maintained as part of the business located on such property has committed a civil infraction. So therefore, now the victim is now sort of becoming the criminal, and the impacts are far greater in the community. The Downtown Issaquah Association is happy to educate our business owners about the negative impacts that shopping carts are having in our community. Agenda Bill 8316, revoking business licenses because of public health, safety, peace, or welfare. DEAR does not support this ordinance. The major concern is the ambiguous language of this ordinance. The writing is vague to the point of being incomplete. There's no explanation about what constitutes an infraction, what is the process to appeal, and how the city will enforce the ordinance. The Downtown Issaquah Association appreciates the support and long-term partnership of the city, and once again for putting safety first. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark, and nice to meet you. City Clerk, who's next on our agenda this evening?
Next, we have Nathan Bosler. And real quick, before I move Nathan up, I see we've had a few people join us in the meeting. If there's anyone who's joined and wants to make comments under public comment, please send me, the host, a chat or raise your virtual hand. If you're on the phone, you can press *3. If you've joined by computer, please look for the small hand icon. And with that, Nathan, I'll move you up as a panelist now. You should see the option to unmute and can choose to turn your video on in just a moment.
Hello, Council. Hello, Madam Mayor. Thank you all for having me here this evening at tonight's meeting. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I wanted to first start off by introducing myself. I'm Nathan Bosler, president of Castus, and I'm also the chair-elect for the Issaquah Chamber Board of Chamber of Commerce. So I'm here to speak to you on behalf of business owners and on behalf of the Chamber about the recent proposal of revoking a business license for public health safety standards and whatnot. So my address, by the way, is 960 Northwest Inniswood Place, Issaquah, Washington, 98027. That's my residence. But thanks for reaching out to us at the Chamber. We do greatly appreciate that. Being in part of the community, we wanted to recognize that we appreciate you reaching out to us and wanted to talk about the comment of revoking a business license. One of our concerns is the broad language at the beginning, and we don't, want to have the effect of creating a chilling feeling for business in Issaquah. So we just feel that it can be narrowed down more precisely, a little more time spent to figure out, specifics around the language so that it's not so broad and really hits the nail on the head for the major problem that we currently have and we're faced with in Issaquah. Not only just the stealing, the theft and the crime, but also the cart litter in the community as well. We want to be, known as a very business-friendly climate here in Issaquah. I believe, and I've stated earlier too on our meeting with the mayor and Lindsay Walsh on Friday, that I truly do believe in my heart that Issaquah is a terrific place to do business. I mean, what better statement than to do business and live in Issaquah? I do believe that Issaquah is a hidden gem, especially for today's future businesses that we embark on. Startups, small business, large business can scale in any small community these days with a great global reach, and that's impressive. I want Issaquah to be the place that can generate a lot of different businesses to come to this area, bringing great equity and people to live in our community, like I've chosen to live and work in Issaquah. We can do that on a great scale. And I think if we put our heads together, the business climate, citizens of Issaquah, and the council, there's enough brilliant people here that we can make really great, exciting things happen, keeping the other cities on their toes, so to speak. After much discussion at the Chamber, we've come up with a few questions and concerns, of course, but everything being, our intention is to be productive and add value to the conversation. So a couple questions that I have just to say out loud. Has there been any discussions of getting businesses, small and large, together in a kind of a town forum type of manner where we can get together, discuss ideas, share our concerns, our thoughts, and come up with something really proactive? Because you all know once you get more minds in, you get broader outreach and just broader perspective. So that would be an excellent suggestion. Also might bring a lot of accountability really quick and a lot of good action. with that being the goal. Also, if these businesses choose not to enforce the law, which we've clarified is what is asked to any business or anyone in Issaquah. What is the law? That is, number one, to call 911, and number two is to press charges. We want to make that example. We want our businesses, large and small, to follow that. I fear the not having enough police officers on the ground to be able to act quick and get every business person that needs attention at that same time. So that is, a wide, we've had suggestions and comments that it's not just one business. It's all of these businesses, small and large, in Issaquah. So if we do want them to call 911, we might have to think about addressing issues like bringing more police on budget. But in summary, we recommend that if some business works with community and we can create this nice synergy between the two of us, between all of us, and just take a little bit more time, even though we know that we're faced with a decision that needs to happen quick. We understand that pressure and we can agree more. So just wanted to put our thoughts out there and respectfully give them out to you all, and wanted to thank you for listening to me, both the city staff, city council, of course, and also citizens tuning to this call. So thank you.
Thank you, Nathan, and congratulations on being president-elect. City Clerk, do we have anybody else on our list this evening to speak?
Yes, next we have Jonathan Smith. Jonathan, in just a moment here, I'm going to move you up as a panelist. You should have the option to unmute and can choose to turn your video on.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jonathan Smith. I live at 1099 Northwest Glenwood Place. I've been a resident of Issaquah for approximately 25 years. I host a monthly grassroots community litter cleanup event. That's what I wanted to talk about tonight. But first, I've been listening, and I want to add in a little bit of information, some observations that I've had while cleaning up litter. I've been cleaning up litter for probably a year in the Issaquah Commons area and around Costco and Lowe's and Red Robin and such, places like that in the parks. While cleaning up litter, I have noticed that Target, the things that we've talked about tonight, shoplifting, etc., Target has far more litter and shopping cart problems than Costco. And Costco makes it much more difficult to shoplift. First of all, you have to have a membership to get in, and they check receipts on the way out. I even went as far as complimenting Costco earlier last year, late last year, just about how clean they keep their areas in comparison to the Issaquah Commons shopping areas. So that's pretty much what I wanted to say there. I also wanted to say, I wanted to comment on Cindy Herron's comments about not feeling comfortable or shopping at Target. We have experienced some of the same things, not quite as bad as what Cindy has experienced, but we no longer feel comfortable shopping at the Target store. Okay. That was all ad lib, but what I really wanted to talk about here is I just wanted to announce that I am hosting a monthly grassroots litter cleanup event. It's a community litter cleanup event. The next event is February 5th. We meet at the post office parking lot on Northwest Gilman Boulevard at 9 a.m. I will be advertising this on Nextdoor, Trash Mob, and Facebook, as well as sending out email to a lot of the civic organizations, the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Association, Boy Scouts, Issaquah High School, etc. Once again, those are monthly litter cleanups. The first Saturday of every month, we'll meet and spend an hour cleaning up our city. And I just wanted to give a shout out and a thank you to the city administration and city council and mayor for the engagement and support that we're getting with helping us do these litter cleanups, at least working to establish a place where we can dump our bags of trash. Thank you, and that's it.
Jonathan, thanks for all you do. You forgot to mention the donuts, though. Sometimes you actually show up with donuts as well, so they get a treat.
We did have coffee and donuts last week, or last time, and I'll plan to do that again this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. City Clerk, is there anyone else ready to speak today?
Yes, we have two more people who've indicated a desire to speak. The first is Tim Kimball. Tim, in just a moment here, I'll move you up as a panelist and you can unmute and then choose to turn your video on.
All right. You can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. And thanks to Jonathan for your cleanup efforts. I think you said donuts, so I'll plan to be there at the next event. Thank you, Mayor Pauly and council members and everybody in attendance for allowing me to speak on this important issue. My name is Tim Kimball. I live at 2825 Northwest Pinecone Drive. I'm a 26-year resident of Issaquah. And this is regarding the ordinance addressing the abandoned shopping carts and suspension of business licenses. And some of what I'm going to say is going to echo what others have said, but I just wanted to provide a little backstory on my perception of this important issue. Starting in about October of last year, I first noticed the proliferation of the abandoned shopping carts, mostly the red Target carts. They were mainly in the area immediately surrounding the Issaquah Transit Center, Maple and SR 900. And on several occasions, I'd be walking my dog. I'd pass by the carts. Heading east on Maple towards Target, I'd come upon several individuals pushing Target carts that were loaded with boxes of brand new merchandise. And I then went into the Target to see if I could notify a manager about the lost carts and see about what protocols they might have. But seeing that, the store was understaffed and was very busy at that time, I decided to return at a later time. And at that point, I was passed by another individual with a cart containing 4 or 5 large items. And this person was clearly going against the general flow of traffic, not from the checkout area. So at that point, the security light and the alarm sounded, but it didn't seem as though anyone was monitoring the traffic flow. So I noted that this individual pushed the cart to a parked vehicle where he unloaded the items and drove off. Later, I called to report this incident to Issaquah Police and was told by a very patient and helpful officer that the police are powerless to do anything unless the business was willing to press charges or at least to act in some way, from what I gathered of the conversation. So I'd like to just contrast this with other targets that I visited during the last couple of months. I was traveling through California and Arizona, where there is, in other stores, there's a security presence in the store. And this is just a friendly employee who greets the customers, the guests that are coming into the store, observes activity into and out of the store. And this particular employee that I saw wore a shirt imprinted with security. And it's just a measure of loss prevention that the store decided to implement. It wasn't unsettling or invasive, as it was not an armed guard, but it was a comforting employee that the store is at least taking a basic measure to ward off shoplifting. And the shoplifting, which of course results in higher prices for law-abiding customers, as well as attracting, other criminal behavior that we, discussed earlier. And lastly, I'd just like to also mention, Costco. And though I realize it's a membership store, they avoid this, the rampant theft of merchandise and the misplaced carts by, employing a simple system that, of course, we're all very familiar with. So basically, I would just hope that we could promote a more, a safe and a lawful Issaquah-friendly businesses and demand accountability of businesses in the community by approving these two ordinances. Thank you for your time. That's all I have.
Tim, thank you very much, Tim. City Clerk, we have an additional speaker tonight. One more.
We do, and just a very last call. If anyone else wants to make comments, please send me the host to chat or raise your virtual hand. The last person who's indicated a desire to speak at this time is Gloria Chen. Gloria, in just a moment here, I will make you a panelist. You should be able to unmute and can choose to turn your video on.
Hi, this is Gloria Chen, and first of all, I want to say thank you, Mayor McCrory, and thank you, everyone for serving the residents and the business owners of City of Issaquah. Okay, and then I would like to just reiterate that I sent a letter to council members a couple of weeks ago, and then I just want to weigh in my perspective and hope the city would consider my thoughts. So I'm just gonna partially read my letter. I'm a resident and a city business owners in Issaquah. My address is 4316 West Lake Sammamish Parkway, Southeast. I know that recently we passed a measure of climate action to reduce the natural gas usage. So I addressed a letter to the city council members. So I think we had a snowstorm in December, and then when I mentioned the snowstorm to my relative in Texas, they immediately gave me a warning. I believe we all remember Texas experienced a historical low temperature disasters in February last year. They had no electricity, no water, no internet, freezing cold indoors for many days. So immediately I had a concern, but luckily we did not have that kind of disaster happen to us. But moving forward, natural gas can be an alternative energy resource in case there is no electricity. And then if we get rid of the natural gas, the whole city will be paralyzed when the electricity outage happens. So also natural gas, to generate electricity, we need to use 40% of natural gas. This data is according to the U.S. Energy Information Administration. To generate electricity, we have to use 20% of renewable resources, 20% of nuclear, 19% of coal, and 40% of natural gas. So it's not really saving us any much natural gas when we transfer to electricity. And further more, if we use more electricity, then maybe sometime in the future, we need to build a nuclear power plant. I'm just thinking about the nationwide scale. The higher electricity demand, the more power plants we will need to build. And then the power plant will generate the waste. Last year, Japan announced dumping their nuclear power waste into the ocean, and then that raises a lot of neighboring countries' concern. And then we know the ocean current goes from Japan to Alaska and then Seattle. It's this going to be a concern for us for our seafood, such as salmon? And also one more point of view from a national perspective as a country, relying on one energy resource will actually make our country more vulnerable, and in case of we are under attack by our enemies. And then multiple energy resources can set us up for victory instead of defeat. So I'm just thinking, a broad, a big scale, and then everything starts from small, from a city. So, and also when we try to change from try to eliminate the natural gas, then of course our permit, our code will need to be changed. Our permit process will need to be changed. So as we all know, all the restaurants and the hotels, they use natural gas for cooking. And the natural gas cooking is faster than electricity cooking. And then if they get rid of the natural gas, how can they serve their customers in a timely fashion? And also, when we change the permitting process, it will actually make the whole process more expensive, and the construction cost will be way too high. And then that would actually, I'm thinking that would actually damage our economy in Issaquah, because probably less and less people want to have business here in Issaquah, or doing any remodeling in Issaquah. I am in the architecture and interior design field. I deal with permitting a lot every month. So I know the process of the permitting, how difficult it will become. So I hope us council members in the city will reconsider the decision about the climate action. Thank you so much for listening to my point of view.
Thank you, Gloria, for coming tonight, and also for writing the council earlier. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
City Clerk, do we have anyone else who has indicated a desire to speak?
No.
Thank you very much. So we heard from many speakers tonight about shoplifting and community concerns over feeling safe within our Issaquah community. We also heard speakers speaking on behalf of the business community with a desire to work with the city, with them on addressing these issues, potentially through a business forum. We heard from our nonprofit Downtown Issaquah Association that they are not in favor of these ordinances. And we also had comments on energy resiliency during extreme weather events and the use of natural gas during power outages. We have also got some questions this evening on the ordinances that I'm hoping staff may be able to address when the council has got their Q&A session. There were two clarifications I just want to make for public information before we proceed to council president reporting out on additional public comment that may have been received. The first clarification is that there is currently no proposal in front of the City Council to eliminate natural gas in Issaquah. What the council has done is they have asked the city staff to monitor conversions from natural gas to electricity and to report back. So I just want to make sure it's clear within the community that the council is currently not considering eliminating natural gas. That would be quite a significant process to go through and would require multiple touches with the community. The second clarification is on the ordinances themselves, and that just wanted to clarify that these two items that have been put before council tonight are to address a criminal crisis that we're experiencing in town, and that they are a small portion of a code section that requires updating. And this is a single touch item for the council this evening. But when we address the update to the full code we would be following all of our processes of engagement with the business community and our existing boards and commissions as we normally do. So I just wanted to clarify those 2 points. And Council President, would you please share any additional information that the council may have received by email this week?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Council President Walsh. We did receive several comments, and to summarize them, I've grouped them into general response and then responses on each of the agenda items, which I was thinking I would hold till later unless you want me to summarize everything up front.
We're not actually having a hearing and public comment on the ordinances. It's probably okay for you now to put all of the comments out on the table. Thank you for clarifying though.
Yeah, sounds good. So we received 5 general emails, including 3 personal accounts of situations at Target, 1 praising off-duty police as security, 1 account of a shopping cart theft in progress stopped by police, and a final email describing what we heard again tonight, the attempted carjacking without a strong security response. We received 1 email about last weekend's cleanup of a previous homeless camp across from Target, and 1 email generally in support of holding national retailers accountable. In regard to AB 8316, the business license ordinance, we received 1 email asking to delay adoption given that the information was released before a holiday weekend and could use more engagement or revision. There were 3 comments strongly opposed to the ordinance with the following reasons. First, that we should instead focus on the root cause of criminal activity and not punish businesses for crimes they suffer. And then also concerns about potential abuse, suffering penalties without conviction, the lack of definition around the decision maker, and the definition of morality or nuisance used for decision making. In regard to AB 8307, the shopping cart abandonment ordinance, we received 1 email generally in support of a shopping cart abandonment ordinance with 2 caveats or adjustments. One of which is an adjustment to the requirement to track their efforts to get other businesses that have carts left on their premise to remove the carts or face a civil infraction. And then also a request to increase the required return time from 24 hours to 48 or more hours. And that is the summary of the emails we received.
Thank you very much, Council President. As a reminder, written comments can be submitted at any time to the City Council at citycouncil@issaquah-Hobart.gov. The next item of business is committee and regional reports, and I will call each council member out by name. Council Member Joe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one announcement. The East King County Legislative Coalition is having their 2022 Chamber Day, both tomorrow and the 20th. Representatives and will be participating, including Representative Goodman, Callan, Ramos, Whalen, and others. There's 1 senator, Senator Cooterer, will also be participating. If you haven't done this before, you register and then you can sign up to have 15-minute sessions with the elected official. And there'll be 3 or 4 other people in there and a host that'll kind of monitor and help the conversation go forward. It's a great opportunity to have one-on-one conversations with our East Side elected officials. If you're interested, please go to the Chamber website or the Bellevue Chamber to sign up. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joe. Councilmember DiMichele.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Polly. On January 6th, I attended the Healthier Here Governing Board meeting. We reviewed and approved the 2022 financial and investment plans and reviewed the 2022 equity work plan. This afternoon, I co-chaired the Connect to Community Advisory Group. We are preparing our members to review vendor applications and to select a vendor for the Community Information Exchange Network, RFP. The review and selection will take place in February and possibly March. And I hope everyone had a chance to see the short video that was posted to YouTube describing the Connect to Community Network goals for improving King County health provider communications. And then finally, a meeting of the Regional Transit Committee is scheduled for tomorrow at 3 p.m. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DiMichele. Councilmember Hunt?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two quick reports. The first is that the Raya 8 Salmon Recovery Council met on November 18th. I did report on that meeting previously, but there is an item on our consent agenda this evening. So I wanted to do a quick refresh on that, and that is AB 8302, which is the Raya 8, which is the name for our watershed interlocal agreement addendum. And so at the November 18th meeting of the Waira 8 Salmon Recovery Council, we did talk about adding City of Everett to the Waira 8 Salmon Recovery Council. All the comments were positive about that, and it will add a city to Waira 8, which will be good. They can help us meet the salmon recovery goals in our watershed, and it also will have a small cost savings for the city because there will be one more city participating in that cost share. The next meeting of the Waira 8 Salmon Recovery Council will be later this week on the 20th, which is Thursday. And then one other announcement: the King Conservation District did not have a meeting since we last met, but they do have an election. So there is an election for one of the board positions. The election opens today and goes until February 18th. And this is an online election, so and it also takes place at a time where there aren't other elections happening. So there's not a lot of visibility into this election, and it's important for us all to get the word out and encourage voting in this, because they do a lot of important work. They're funded by you, the community, and they have a mission to promote sustainable use of natural resources through responsible stewardship throughout King County. So check out their election and please vote online for that. It is kingcd.org. And while there are efforts to have this have King Conservation District elections on a regular ballot currently being considered by the state legislature. But for now, since this is at a unusual time for elections, please do spread the word and vote in this election. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Hunt. Councilmember Ray?
Thank you, Mayor Polly. One report today: the Eastside Fire and Rescue Board of Directors met on January 13th at 4 o'clock in a virtual meeting. Deputy Council President Hall was also in attendance. The board received an extensive briefing from the fire chief that included an update on the COVID booster operation. EFR concluded the booster operations after 2 weeks in late December. In the booster operations, 856 individuals were boosted, and the target was vulnerable populations, including homebound individuals, adult care facilities, and low-income housing residents. We also received an update on Omicron. Numerous employees at Eastside Fire and Rescue have tested positive for the variant. On an average, there are about 15 people per day that are out, and so this is starting to have an impact on overall fatigue and also just staffing costs. On a different note, Eastside Fire and Rescue, Chief Clark and most of the fire chiefs and fire departments in King County were served with a subpoena for a class action lawsuit concerning the handling of the religious accommodation process from the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. This issue was discussed in executive session. After the meeting, we did receive notification that the judge in the case has ruled against the plaintiff in their request to make this a class action suit. So more to come on that one. Eastside Fire and Rescue staff successfully completed a 3-week recruitment process for firefighters. There are 21 recruits that are in the process going through background and medical screening, and final offers will be sent out in February. The January PFAS Executive Committee was canceled. Bob Warren, the Department of Ecology, reached out to Eastside Fire and Rescue late last week and notified Eastside that they had been directed to start classifying PFAS sites as Model Toxic Control Act process. So this could have an impact on the potential grant of $750,000 that Eastside was hoping to receive from the Department of Ecology in 2022. The board is expecting an update in the first half of the year as we know more on this issue. And then finally, Eastside is exploring hiring a dedicated resource to prepare Eastside Fire and Rescue communities for the ever-increasing threat of wildfires within the service area. The item will be on the February Eastside Fire and Rescue Board meeting for consideration. Again, more to come on this one. The board took no action during the meeting, and this concludes my report tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Ray. Councilmember Martz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Martz. The Puget Sound Regional Council Growth Management Policy Board met on Thursday, January 6th from 10 a.m. until 11:30. No action items were presented, but I was elected vice chair of the SCA caucus to the PSRC GMPB by the caucus, so that was very exciting. And then at the Sound Cities Association Public Issues Committee, met Wednesday, January 12th from 7 to 9 p.m. The only action items were a discussion of the draft 2022 SCA legislative agenda. On January 3rd, you may recall, I had forwarded that draft agenda to the council for comment, and not having received any comment, I felt confident supporting the agenda. The SCA PIC voted unanimously to recommend to recommend the SCA Board of Directors adopt the agenda. This concludes my report.
Congratulations, Councilmember Martz. Deputy Council President Hall.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall here. No report this evening.
Thank you, Council President Walsh.
Thank you. This is Council President Walsh, still getting used to that. Just a few reports. First, your council leadership and Mayor Polly met on Friday with members of the chamber, including CEO Cathy McCrory, Chair-elect Nathan Bosler, and outgoing Chairman Wright Knoll. Our meeting was to discuss the city-chamber relationship, the role of the council's chamber representative, and to hear the chamber's concerns around engagement. Given the timing, we also elicited feedback on tonight's agenda items and received specific notes, including concerns about the quick turnaround for these ordinances. Look for a letter from us with more details coming later this week or early next week. I have not received any, or I have not attended any regional board meetings since our last report out. The Chamber's January meeting is an internal retreat, so the next meeting will be attended by Councilmember Joe in February. And the King County Affordable Housing Committee has an orientation meeting on February the 4th at 11 a.m., which I will attend as the first of that set of meetings. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Council President. Next item on the agenda this evening is the mayor's report, which I will pull up. There will be an executive session this evening to discuss potential property acquisition per RCW 42.30.110(1)(b), and the item is expected to last 15 minutes with no action anticipated in the open session. I want to talk a little bit about the weather-related events. We've had more than our fair share. So thank you to our staff and partner agencies for their effort over the past 2 weeks in response to various weather-related events, including the Issaquah Creek flooding and the Newport Way landslide. On a flood update in early January, the Issaquah and Tibbetts Creek valleys flooded and reached flood phase 2 out of 4, causing significant flooding along Northeast Dogwood Street and Front Street North. It is our understanding that this unusual pattern of flooding was caused by large trees and woody debris that collected on private property in the East Fork. In response to the flood, neighbors united to fill and deliver sandbags. City staff and the Red Cross provided flood cleanup kits and information to about 50 homes and businesses along Front Street and Dogwood. And staff continue to work to provide information and resources to the affected residents. The landslide update. Newport Way Northwest is now open, though crews are still on site to remove equipment. I want to thank our Public Works team who responded to this landslide. Emergency management, communications, public works, police, parks and community services, Eastside Fire and Rescue, and King County Emergency Management. Thank you for your work and your outstanding service to our community. On tonight's consent calendar are appointments for the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee. I'm excited about the work the committee will be able to accomplish this year and grateful for the members of our community who have stepped up to serve in 2022. I also want to honor the service of the members of the committee whose final term was in 2021. Thank you to Jared Munzer of Cougar Mountain Zoo for his year of service, to former council member Goodman for her 3 years as chair of the committee, and thank you to Will Parkinson of the Hilton Garden Inn for his whopping 13 years of service on the committee. Thank you all for your dedication to our community. The Capital Finance Community Task Force last met on January 4th to discuss infrastructure priorities across Issaquah's needs in transportation, parks and trails, and facilities. The task force will continue to develop its recommendations on priorities at the next meeting, January 26th at 5 p.m. The City of Issaquah recently completed a review of student applications for the Association of Washington Cities Center for Quality Communities Scholarship. We received many exceptional applications from students, but we could only forward one nominee for AWC's consideration. The city selected Ryan Remy as our recommended applicant. We wish Ryan luck in the selection process and thank him for his outstanding service to our community. A couple of upcoming community events. Walk in the Park celebrates Martin Luther King Jr. In honor of MLK Day, Friends of Lake Sammamish State Park created an inspiring walk along the lakeshore at Lake Sammamish State Park, January 12th through 23rd. The walk begins at Tibbetts Beach Bathhouse and is self-guided. Issaquah's preschool program is holding open house hours this week at both preschool sites, one in Memorial Park Center and the other at the Issaquah Community Center. Reservations can be made on the city's website. Due to the increase in cases from new variants, City Hall in-person services have been temporarily suspended. In-person services are anticipated to reopen on February 28th with a Tuesday-Thursday schedule of 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And that concludes the mayor's report for this evening. On the next item of business, we have a couple of informational updates. We'll start tonight with ID 0778, which is the State Route 18 widening, Issaquah-Hobart Road to Deep Creek. And I'd like to invite Transportation Engineering Manager John Mortensen to introduce the WashDOT team that will be presenting this evening. John.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pauley. Greetings, council members and Mayor Pauley. I'm John Mortensen, Transportation Engineering Manager in the Public Works Department. Tonight, Mark Allison with the Washington State Department of Transportation and his team will be providing you with an update on WashDOT's State Route 18 widening project between Issaquah-Hobart Road and Deep Creek. The presentation will last about 8 minutes with 7 minutes for questions and answers. And with that, Mark.
Okay. Thank you, John. Thank you for the warm welcome. Yes, my name is Mark Allison. I am a Department of Transportation state employee. I represent the state. And my role is as the project engineer for the SR18 widening project. And I guess my video is not quite on. I'm not sure how. But anyway, yes, we thank you for the opportunity to be here, Mayor and City Council, to share the progress that we have made in the design of this project. And joining me tonight is Scott Keeler and Gordon Roycroft and Scott Buckland to help me in the presentation of that. And so with no further ado, Scott Keeler, I'll hand the microphone over to you.
Thank you, Mark. I want to give a special thanks to Mayor Pauley and the council for having us, and to Mayor Pauley as a member of the Executive Advisory Group, and to John Mortensen on the Technical Advisory Committee. So the city is carrying weight in this process, and we really appreciate your time in. We're going to give you a brief presentation, and I'll start on the next slide, going over the agenda, and you'll hear also from Gordon Roycroft on the technical design issues. So our last EAG meeting will be covered. We'll talk about design, environmental documentation, recent and upcoming milestones, and next steps, and really try to reserve half of our time with you for your questions and our answers. So at our last EAG meeting this fall, there were some key messages or takeaways: a desire to continue the project progress and keep safety in mind as a primary goal for the corridor. The target funding is $640 million, and the legislative delegation advised their intent to pursue the full funding for development of this corridor. Next slide, please. I'd like to hand it over to Gordon Roycroft, and he's our project team design lead. Gordon? Gordon, mute.
Thanks, Scott. I thought I would learn. These are the major points of our design. We went through an alternatives development and evaluation process focused on really 4 main elements, and this is the design that we're carrying forward. Each in the 4 rectangles that you see. So if we go to the next slide. So for the full corridor length, to address safety and congestion issues, we'll be providing 2 through lanes for the entire length of the corridor. Other things to note about this this roadway cross section is the concrete barrier in the middle. We will be filling all the gaps and have continuous barrier for the full length of the corridor. We also then have 10-foot shoulders to.
We're looking for TAC and EAG ongoing support. I've mentioned that includes representation from the city, also from a number of jurisdictions in the tribes, and looking for construction funding to complete the project. Our next steps: environmental documentation, continuing ongoing conceptual design and member support, conducting agency briefings such as we're doing tonight. And we do have an informational flyer, and we can provide that for John to distribute if you don't already have that via email. And that concludes our presentation. On the next slide, we're ready to take your questions.
I'm going to stop for a second and just check with the city clerk. I got a note from somebody that the live feed for the meeting is not working. Could you confirm that we are still visible to the public?
Yes, Mayor, I'll look into that.
Thank you. Scott, is there anyone else speaking this evening? Or do you want to go to questions?
Let's go straight to questions, Mayor Polly.
Okay, fantastic. Well, thank you for coming tonight, and thank you for the presentation. I think it's the 4th or 5th time I've seen it now. This is an important project to Issaquah because of the Southeast Transportation Travel Shed. We're a significant component, Issaquah-Hobart Road and Front Street City, and very interested in this work that's being done. So I'm looking into the chat right now. If council members could indicate questions, I'll start moving through, and we will start tonight with Deputy Council President Hall.
Thanks, Mayor Polly. Deputy Council President Hall here. Yeah, that's certainly a mouthful. Thank you very much for coming and presenting on the update for the alternative design. Really appreciate it. And of course, thank you to everyone on the Executive Advisory Group for all your great work on getting us where we are now. I'm just curious, for the sake, you answered this question in an email to me, and I really appreciate that. But I was hoping for the community listening in, if you could describe the nature of the relationship with this project and the Snoqualmie and Muckleshoot tribes who are active in the area.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Hall. So the Snoqualmie and Muckleshoot tribes were invited to the Executive Advisory Group, and Chair De Los Angeles has been an active ongoing member. Chair Larkin was not able to participate in the EAG to date, but we do have both tribes represented on the TAC, and they continue their good work and input, and we consult them, of course, on natural resource and cultural issues.
Let's go to Councilmember DeMichelle.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. This is Councilmember DeMichelle. Scott, you may have said this and I missed it, so I just wanted clarification. Do we have any conceptual designs around that roundabout at the Issaquah-Hobart Road that you could share with us? I think you said that maybe you did, but I didn't quite catch it. Sorry.
Oh, excellent Councillor DeMichelle, I think I'll turn that one over to Gordon Roycroft to maybe describe a bit further how the intent of those roundabouts and how they'll work at the intersection for the overall project. Gordon?
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, as I mentioned, they're both a safety countermeasure and a device for making redirection more fluid and easier to accomplish. We aren't quite there on the conceptual design. We're working with WSDOT Northwest Region Traffic and Headquarters Traffic to finalize those. We will probably have them some drawings of those conceptual layouts in about 2 to 4 weeks' time would be my estimate.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember DeMichelle. Council President Walsh.
Thank you. This is Council President Walsh. Good presentation. Glad to get an update here. I think my question is just, what is the next challenge? What is the next thing that's standing in our way? And is there anything we as a city, our residents, our electeds can do to help smooth through this project or advocate for it?
Thank you, Council President Walsh. The money, of course, will help, but in addition, there are always challenges in an environmental review process. So we'll continue to navigate that, and there'll be opportunities, I think, for the city. Gordon and also Mark may have some additional input for you. I think there's a unique position that the cities and jurisdictions have that WSDOT does not enjoy in terms of lobbying for the funding. But any further comments on that, if you will, Mark first and then Gordon?
Sure. Yeah. In regards to funding, of course, that for construction, that is of interest, certainly, because currently we are not funded for construction. However, we are funded for design, and I feel like we are really hitting our milestones pretty good in that regard. So I think that we'll be able to get the conceptual design completed, and so certainly the primary challenge after that is all about construction. Will we get the approval to move forward into that phase of the project?
Any comments on how soon that might be able to happen if this were a funded project, Mark?
Well, from state legislature, there is interest. We certainly have received a great deal of communication from the legislature over the last year, really, in regards to that. So there is a lot of interest on the state legislative House of Representatives, senators. The next session, 2022, is an even number year. Typically, the transportation, the new transportation, if you will, is not really addressed in an even year. We anticipate that would be more the case in 2023. But we also anticipate that near the end of this year that we will start hearing some questions. We'll start getting additional outreach from legislative members to the department to help in that process as they get themselves prepared for that 2023 new funding, if you will, new funding package for transportation. So I think that's probably the likely timeline.
Anything to add, Gordon, before we turn it back to Mayor Pauly for the next question?
I would just say really quickly that the intent, should the funding be made available, would be to follow on the heels of the intersection construction, and the I-90 SR-18 intersection is anticipated to be a 2-year construction project, and we would be ready to start construction in spring of 2025.
Well, Well, gentlemen, I'm not seeing any additional questions. I will keep my eye on. I want to thank Mark, Gordon, Scott, and John for coming today and giving this update. Also wanted to let the community know that the council has made this a priority for this legislative session, and that the city does work with the a transportation alliance made up of Southeast King County cities to promote this project and make sure that we do not have a gap in construction between the I-90-18 interchange and this section of roadway due to the significant safety and congestion concerns that our city has. So no other questions, gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Thank you for the update. We appreciate it when you come by and talk about projects of significance like this. So thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for your support.
We have a second informational item this evening. This item is a carryover from a study session that was on January 11th, but due to some timing constraints, we were not able to solicit city council advice or guidance at that time. This is not like typical informational update in that the council will be asked tonight to provide some policy direction on this agenda item so that staff can begin working on some policy development that will come back to council as our Director of Community Recreation, Parks and Community Services will let you know. So we are assuming that this will come back to council for action on the February 7th council meeting. And I'd like to invite Parks and Community Services Director Jeff Watling to introduce the item.
Great. Thanks so much for that introduction, Mayor, and overview. Good evening, Council. Jeff Watling, Parks and Community Services Director. So many important items tonight. I'm going to share my screen. Thought I was going to share my screen. Pardon me.
While you're doing that, Steph, I'm just going to let the council know that the live stream feed is back on.
And Jeff, let me know if you'd like me to share.
Yeah, sorry for that technical glitch, Tisha. That would be terrific. I'm on my laptop, and I apologize. I think I have too many things open. All right. So with that note, my goal here is to be concise and thorough in this overview. Thanks again for the chance to talk about this important item as well. And that as we've reviewed our recreation scholarship program within the recreation team, we see there's some opportunities to reduce some of the limitations to the program, and really with the ultimate goal of increasing access to the city's recreation programs and services to those who are in financial need. Thanks so much for that, Tisha. You can go to the next slide. Joining me tonight also in this overview is Brian Bernson, our recreation manager. Brian's been an important part of this review process along with the entire recreation team. After my short presentation here, we're both available to answer any questions you might have as we go through a number of policy questions that I laid out in the staff report. As the mayor pointed out, the discussion, your feedback tonight is really going to help us identify the path forward for this program and help us to shape amendments to the resolution that'll come back to you ideally in February. Next slide. So for some background, the current recreation program as it exists right now was adopted in 2014. It's been a very popular program, but we felt important as we have been sort of working through the pandemic and know as we begin coming out of the pandemic, it was an important time for us to review and do some comparison work last year on the program. One of the things we determined within the program is it is a bit limiting in how we're able to address financial need in the balanced and equitable way that we really want to. Namely, the current program requires actual funds to offset any scholarship or any financial assistance that's provided. A real good model, but one that doesn't necessarily mirror some of the scholarship programs in some of our neighboring cities. Typically, these actual funds are offset and needed through either donations or other type contributions that don't always mirror or don't always have the same rhythm of need within the community for those scholarships. As I mentioned, a number of scholarship programs around us model more what I titled in the staff report of a fee assistance model or a fee reduction model, forgive me, where rather than relying on actual funds to offset, the program allows staff to discount recreation fees for qualifying individuals or families who need financial assistance. So it's not requiring an actual expense, and thus it's not dependent upon mirrored revenues to match the scholarship request. It's merely, if you will, a way to create a sliding scale of affordability by discounting the programs for eligible families and individuals, like I said. Next slide. So as we looked at this element of the program and this limiting factor, we proposed before you in the staff report modifying that actual financial assistance within the program to this fee reduction model. As I stated a little bit earlier, and as stated in the staff report, this will allow us to be more responsive and be more consistent year-round in providing equitable access to residents who are needing financial assistance for those recreation programs. As and if we were to shift to this model, we still see ample opportunity. We have so many community partners, be it service clubs, be it other community groups who provide terrific donations and assist us in so many ways in delivering recreation programs at all of our facilities, whether it's the senior center, the community center, or the pool. There are certainly ways that those donations could still be accepted and sought for, helping us deliver these important programs to the community. They just would not be needed for that scholarship program. So with that, that one item that we have before you to consider, and if we are to consider modifying the program for that, we feel like there are some other opportunities to seek some modifications to the program. Again, in the staff report, I laid out a little bit more of a description, the policy questions, and what I think we can do tonight is sort of walk through both getting your feedback and support for this transition to a fee reduction model, and then take opportunity to talk about some of the eligibility opportunities to look at. How do we want to address eligibility? Is it just for youth, or do we want to open it up to all ages? How do we want to address eligibility in regards to focusing on Issaquah residents, or remain in the current model where for youth it's available for all who reside in the Issaquah School District? Some questions around looking at the qualification guidelines and making sure we have consistency with other city financial assistance programs. Would appreciate feedback from council as well on the model we have currently with our scholarship program, where we've identified 3 tiers of scholarship levels, considering keeping those levels at currently they're at 50%, 75%, and a 100% scale. If we open this up to all ages, do we want to consider transitioning those three tiers a little bit differently to, again, make for equitable and diverse access. And then lastly, one item we might want to consider is currently the scholarship program has sets a maximum annual cap, not only for individuals, but also does so for families. Something we certainly felt as staff and would love feedback from council is at times a limitation to family, regardless of size, is not always the most equitable model. So do we want to consider setting a maximum annual scholarship value per individual only? Next slide. We'll jump back to those policy questions, certainly. Again, trying to be concise in this presentation and relying a little bit on the staff report. Again, administration recommends shifting to a fee reduction model as part of the scholarship program, and then also really inviting and seeking feedback from you as council on these other possible modifications to the scholarship program. As the mayor highlighted at the beginning, your feedback is going to help us really finalize the specifics of the program. We would then prepare the resolution and any other authorizing legislation, ideally coming back to you in February for consideration and adoption. As mentioned briefly in our conversations at the study session last week, with the spring and summer registration programs coming up, we would love the opportunity to, if we're making these reductions, to make the pivot here pretty soon, be able to work on implementation. Through that process, we've already had some conversations with the park board. I also had the chance to join the equity board last month and mention this program, and really look forward to some future conversation with the equity board about implementing this program and making sure we're communicating and messaging out the availability of this program as we move forward. So with that's my staff report. Brian and I are here. We can certainly stop sharing if we want to have discussion. Council President Walsh, I don't know if you want to use the slide for the policy questions, or if you have those listed elsewhere. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Director Wilding. I think I'm not seeing any questions in the chat, but I'd like to give council members some time to put in their questions first. And then I think we'll hand it over to Council President to talk about how she would like to get the council feedback, whether she would like to go through each question individually, or whether she would like each council member to, answer the 5 questions. So starting off with a question from Councilmember Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. Chris Ray. I may be a little slow. Jeff, what's the opposite of a fee reduction model? What do we have today? I want to have a word to call it by.
Boy, I would say it is a direct cost model, in that we need to, or an actual revenue model where any scholarship we award, we need to have revenue to offset that.
Yeah,
so revenue offset
that was really the nature of my question. I just didn't know what to call it. So, if we go to a fee reduction model, or in the model that we have today, for every fee reduction that we do, there's an increase in cost to somebody else, so that it's net zero. So it covers all of its cost internally. Is that how it works?
No, not necessarily. So the program fees are set for those who can afford the program fee. They're paying the full fee. As a matter of, comparison, for all of the programs currently that are eligible for the scholarship program, we bring in about $1.2 million in revenue. We award roughly $20,000 to $25,000 in scholarships. So we wouldn't within a fee reduction model, we feel pretty confident, given that ratio, that incremental reduction in fees could be absorbed through net costs of the program. I think what other cities certainly find and other programs find in a fee reduction model, It also could open up additional registrations that maybe we haven't seen before. So that fee reduction cost could be absorbed a variety of different ways.
I'm feeling just like super dense today, but I don't understand the difference between the two models. I mean, from a funding source, from a how do I do discounts? Help me.
Currently, the city, we as staff are not authorized to be able to discount a fee.
Okay.
Once a fee is set, that fee needs to be charged. And so in our scholarship program, let's say the program is $50, and someone is awarded a 75% scholarship. Boy, I picked $100 fee. So 75% discount, they pay $25. That $75 needs to come from, it needs to be actualized with actual revenue. In this fee reduction model, it would look no different to the participant, but we wouldn't need to be trying to manage a opposite matching revenue fund. We would, like many programs and services, when a scholarship was awarded or financial assistance is given, the fee is just discounted, and then that discounted fee is absorbed within the operation of the program.
I think the council member is trying to, from his point of view, if he's looking at line items in a budget, is it that your overall revenue line does not now reflect the fee reductions, whereas in the past your overall revenue line showed that you had to cover those? Like, what's the council member lens on this? Where would he be able to see this?
Yeah, so
I might even put a little finer point. It's just really it's a cost matching, and I got the sense like we matched the cost of the program to the revenue of the program historically, and now we're saying we're going to do something different. And I'm just trying to wrap my brain around it.
And what? Can I ask you a question, Councilmember Ray? When you say matching costs and revenue, what do you mean by that?
Well, I'm under this impression or this assumption that the cost of the program is covered in some part, some number, maybe it's 100%, maybe it's 75% by the revenue generated by the program, as opposed to some disconnect between those numbers. So.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure not all programs are fully cost recovered.
Okay. Maybe that was my question.
So, Mayor, to Mayor's question or suggestion, how this would look different to council or to our operation or to our overall budget is, whereas now there is a recreation scholarship fund that has revenue in it that, again, offsets our revenue line. I suppose but in the adjustment to a fee reduction model, we would be seeing perhaps a slight decrease in our revenue, our program revenues. But at the same time, with promotion and accessibility, we might be seeing some increased participation that might adjust that revenue back up. We just wouldn't be having this, we wouldn't be managing this subsequent scholarship fund.
Got it. So it's the scholarship fund that is the administrative overhead, and in the new model, you wouldn't have to do that, and you would, and so there would be a little looser connection between the dollars and the grants, if you will.
And potential beneficial uptick in participation.
Potential. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks,
Mayor
Councilmember
Pauly.
Ray.
Questions.
Councilmember Hall, Deputy Council President Hall. So I'm just going to ask a little thing here of the city clerk, if it's possible to get that title changed maybe by the next meeting. I'm just going to stop.
Oh, well, and that's okay. You can call me Deputy Council President Hall or Councilmember Hall. It doesn't matter to me. Thank you, Director Watling, for the presentation. Quick question on so council understands our options in front of us. So one of the policy questions talks about whether or not eligibility should be adjusted to meet all ages for the scholarship program. And let me just first say, by the way, I love it when staff kind of structure our conversation with policy questions. I think it leads to better conversations. So thank you very much for doing this. So question about age eligibility. Would it be possible if the council wanted to expand to all ages within the city boundary, but remain for just youth in the Issaquah School District boundary? Is that an option that's available to us?
Yes, that would be an option.
Okay.
We would want to define youth, right? That age determinant. Yeah, I believe that's something we could implement with our new recreation software.
All right, thank you.
Let's go to Council President Walsh.
Thank you. This is Council President Walsh. Along those lines, Jeff, could we choose to set different support tiers for youth versus adults?
Excellent question. I guess in the complexity in trying to simplify or standardize a program by not having to manage a recreation scholarship fund, it might be a pretty big lift for us to try and manage two different. You're suggesting sort of those eligibility guidelines varying between youth and adult?
Yes. For example, if you had the same AMI or whatever it was, if someone was a youth, maybe giving them 100% support, if they were an adult, giving them 75% support, something like that.
Boy, I love the elegance of that. It might be really, really hard given, I think, a number of these, like we'll find scholarships awarded within families, within family groups. That might be, right? So the same family registration, an adult versus a youth. Brian, I don't know if you have anything to add, but that could be really difficult to do, I believe.
No, I appreciate the response on that. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
No, good evening, council members. Thank you for having us. Yeah, no, I don't have that. That'd be like I said, it is elegant in its form. I'm not sure how the system could manage that piece. It might be a little challenging on that.
Okay. Jeff, could you give me a sense of what percentage of currently is our program only tied to youth when we're doing supports?
Yeah, given the limited revenue of our scholarship program, our current scholarship program is for youth only. Yeah.
Okay. And do we have a just general back of the napkin sense of what percentage of our overall participants are youth versus an adult?
Wow. In all recreation programs?
I'm trying to get a sense of like if youth only represent 10%, then adding adults is, potentially a larger impact than if it's closer to 50-50 or if children are currently.
Wow. It's a great question. So taking the Pickering Barn and sort of rentals off the table, but just looking at programs that would be eligible for this program, pool, senior center, community center, I bet you we're close to 75% youth, 70% youth, 30% adult participants.
Fantastic. Love the back of the napkin calculation off of your head. So thank you very much.
Brian?
That percentage I think is about as good as you can get. And if you took the senior center out of that mix, it would be much higher on youth, right?
Really great questions. So going to go to Councilmember Joe, and then I want to circle back with Council President and talk about whether or not we think we will be able to provide meaningful feedback tonight, or that this may need to go to a study session. But before we make that call, let's get Councilmember Joe's question.
Thank you. Brian and Jeff, you might have covered this already, but in the 2014 legislation, the maximum for families was $600 and per person or individual is $350. Does the department or the administration have a recommendation on new caps if we go to a family-only situation? Or an individual only, actually.
Great question, Councilmember Joe. I specific number, no. I would say amongst staff, I think recognizing and seeing how the program has been used, we would recommend going to an individual only maximum cap. And even keeping that, modeling it with other cities, but looking at something between $400 and $500.
Okay, thank you. There's been some discussion about whether or not we should keep the program open to youth in the entire school district or just youth in the city of Issaquah. Could you comment on how teams are formed for youth as they go through the system? So my son's playing basketball right now with his peers at his middle school. As that goes up, is it important to have youth from the entire school district because of the way that the teams get funneled into middle school and high school along the way?
So yes, absolutely. When you look at our youth programs, Youth Basketball League in particular, the benefits of serving the entirety of the school district is really good. I think it adds to the quality of the program. Whatever decision we make with a scholarship program, it would still be a goal of the city and our programs to make those programs available for the entirety of the school district. I think the question before us is how do we want to look at investment into a scholarship program? Do you want that investment into a scholarship program to be for Issaquah residents, or that investment for a scholarship program to also be available for non-Issaquah residents? Brian, I don't know if you have anything you want to add in terms of team formation or what that looks like.
Yeah, Councilmember Joe, thank you for that question. We do form teams by school, so they play with, usually with, especially in the elementary ages, they play with kids that they're familiar with. And then they play games against a variety of other schools, which we found people really enjoy because the smaller the circle, you're playing teams over and over again sometimes. And when you have the whole district, you really get an opportunity to play against other teams and get to know the kids from other schools. And it really is a community type of an activity, the way we have it set up and structured. So, and then as they get into middle school and high school, that sometimes carries on. We see the participation drop off a little bit because as they get older, their interests vary. And with the ability to drive, they have more and more opportunities to do things that they want to do too, just independently.
Yeah, from my experience, and others could comment, it seems that the program is designed so that my son is playing with kids from his school. They might not all live in the city. Some of them could live outside the district, depending on their registration or how their parents have put them in the system. And so at times, having all the kids from the same school play on the same team is important, even though some of them might live outside of the city itself and in the district. So keeping all district eligibility would seem to make it better for the feeders to go into the schools as we go into middle school and high school along the way.
Thank you, Councilmember Joe, for that question and comment. So I'm going to interject here. This is a lot longer conversation because you have asked some wonderful questions, more detailed, I think, than we thought you might want to do at the council meeting. So one thought is hearing the questions leads to some impression of what may be important to the council in terms of what our Parks and Community Services staff should think about. One being composition of teams and ensuring that we are building relationships, even though our school district spans many cities. I think a question that the council may also want to consider is that we have partner cities that could also fund scholarship funds. So just because you live in Sammamish and play on a basketball team that the city of Issaquah organizes, you can get a scholarship from the city of Sammamish as well. So I think you have not only the desires that you want in terms of our programming, but who should be paying for it as well? Council President, I'm going to turn it over to you. My general thought is that the council can have a discussion right now, but I am not sure that we will be able to get through those questions tonight. So I'd like you to just maybe manage your conversation with your other 6 council members about how you'd like to proceed. The options would be that we go through the questions tonight and something comes back at the February 7th council meeting, or we do push this to a study session. So whatever the council's preference is.
Thank you. I haven't heard enough to, determine on my standpoint whether I think the council members are interested in pushing something off or going through a round robin and answering the questions. So maybe a thumbs up if you're comfortable answering the questions, right? The policy questions and having that conversation right now. Thumbs down if you're more interested in pushing that.
To a study session.
Yep.
Oh,
okay.
Looks like we'd like to go through it
ready to talk about it. So I'm happy to go first if you would like me to, Mayor Polly.
Council President, I think what I'd like to know first is, would you like to go question by question, or would you like each council member to provide all of their feedback at once on all of the questions?
I prefer everybody go once with all of their feedback, and then if something prompts a discussion point, we can always come back to it.
Thank you, Council President. Let's start with you.
Okay, fantastic. So I would say, yes, I support the fee reduction model, though not knowing how much those costs are and how the demand for that would be, I would like to receive report outs as funds are used so that we can monitor any program changes. So I think that would be important to include in any kind of an ordinance. I think all ages is a really great way to support our residents. And I do think that I'm leaning more toward just having a scholarship program support our residents, though I would be interested in having the conversation and hear others' thoughts. And I think I could support either set of tiers. I think both of them would provide a good amount of help to residents. And I support setting a max per individual instead of per family. And also on your concept of consistency in the qualifying guidelines, I think it's great to have consistency compared to other programs. And I'm thinking maybe I had written down all of those questions, but maybe everybody hasn't. So do we want to flash those?
We'll put that slide back up, and I'm counting on the group of 7 to self-toss the baton to the next person. So, Council President, you get to pick who's it, and we'll get the questions back up. There we go.
Well, I will move over to Councilmember Ray since he put a comment in.
Thank you, Council President. Appreciate it. So as best I understand the fee reduction model, I think it makes sense. It seems like an easier model to support. I support all ages for the fee reduction model, both adults and youth. I would like to limit the subsidies to residents of Issaquah and encourage some of the neighboring cities to offer programs to their residents, though I think certainly eligibility to participate in these programs should remain at the larger scale of the school district. I support qualifying guidelines for obviously for the assistance program. I'm indifferent between the two models of 50, 75, 100, 25, 50, or 75. And I support setting the maximum at the individual, not at a family limit. And thank you, Councilmember Hunt, for the comments. So I'm going to pitch it over to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ray. Councilmember Hunt. I agreed with the comments of Council President Walsh with one exception, which is that I think for the eligibility for all ages question, should eligibility be for Issaquah residents only or remain for all who reside in Issaquah School District? I think that it is, I would prefer to see the program expand to those of all ages, but keep the eligibility for the youth as it is currently, which currently we do offer scholarships for residents that are youth under 18, I believe, who reside in the Issaquah School District. And the reason is because I do think that these are members of our community. They come into our community actually, even if they don't live within Issaquah. If they're in the Issaquah School District, they're probably connected to their peers within the schools. And if they need support to be in a program for recreation, I think this is one of those things where we're talking about a program overall that I believe is less than $30,000 a year currently. So this is in the big scope of our budget. This is a small amount of money, and for an individual, it could make all the difference. When there was flooding recently, I did sandbagging for a local nonprofit, and there was a student there from one of the high schools who lived outside of Issaquah, came to Issaquah to help with the sandbagging effort. So they're members of our community, absolutely. If they and I think if they have peers in the Issaquah school, I think those connections are super important. The team building that Councilmember Cho said as well. So that one I do feel strongly on, and would like to make sure that we continue to support the needs of Issaquah School District students that are participating in those programs that are currently eligible. I would like to expand it to for other ages. I think it makes sense to expand it to residents of Issaquah at other ages, but for youth, I would like to make sure that we can support Issaquah School District residents. And then I think on all the other programs, as I said before, I agree with fee reduction and all the other things that Council President Walsh agreed to. Thank you.
Pass the baton.
Yeah, I was just to say, I think I'm up next. This is Deputy Council President Hall. I am pretty much in line with what most people are saying. Transition to a recreation or to a fee reduction model, yes. I do believe moving to a needs-based approach is good operating practice and very mindful of equity. And I appreciate you centering all these questions in equity for us too. I think that is a good example for all presentations that come to us. I am in line with Council President Hunt by expanding to all age eligibility within the city of Issaquah, but allowing Issaquah School District youth to remain eligible in this program. I think that encouraging our neighboring cities to build programs to help their youth and anyone of all ages to participate in recreation programs, including recreation programs in other cities like Issaquah, is great. But until things like that are stood up, I would like to see ISD youth eligible. Do you support consistency with qualifying guideline? Yeah, I think qualification consistency is a good operating practice, and I appreciate you highlighting that for us. I would like to see the current 50, 75, 100% tiered scholarships, simply because I had asked the question of Director Watling last week via email before we ended up postponing this agenda item, and about trying to get a sense of how many of people who are applying in general are meeting and getting that 100% full scholarship, not counting the application fee. And I had heard that 80% of applicants from 2019 to 2021, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, Director Watling, but I heard that 80% of those applicants qualified for a full scholarship. So I think that shows that, there's definitely a need. To me, that looks a lot like applicants who are either going to get the full amount or not able to participate in any way, just because of it being a barrier for entry. So if possible, I would like to keep the same scholarship levels, but I'd understand if the rest of the council feels the other way. And then, yes, I would support removing the family cap, again, being mindful of equity. Thank you.
Pass the baton.
Oh, right. And Councilmember DiMichele, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so I'll go through quickly. Do you support the transition to fee reduction model? Yes, I do. Support eligibility for all ages? Yes. And I think it's really important to think about our senior citizens and how valuable being in groups and doing exercise is to senior citizens for their health and longevity. Should eligibility be for Issaquah residents only or the Issaquah School District? I very much favor, especially for young people, being available in the Issaquah School District. Just a reminder that the Issaquah Youth Advisory Board consists of young people from all over the district. We have had many really good outcomes from including the entire Issaquah School District. And I had raised issues as well about our reciprocal agreement with the school district. I think there's just a history of our being open to the Issaquah School District. I would really like to see young people be eligible for the scholarships from throughout the district. But to me, it does raise an equity issue. And so possibly this is a question that could go back or be brought back to the equity board for a little bit more in-depth review. Yes, support consistency and qualifying guidelines. Like Councilmember Hall, I support keeping the 50, 75, and 100% tiers. I know that for families who are really struggling, even a $10 fee, a $25 fee can be an insurmountable barrier. And so I'd like to see that 100% left there for those students who really cannot take money away from other items in their families for something like sports. And then finally, I would like to see it transition to individual only instead of a per family cap. So thank you so much for bringing these questions to us. I think this is great. Thank you.
You guys are terrible at throwing the baton. Okay, I'll throw it. Councilmember Martz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is Councilmember Martz. Yes to transition to fee reduction. Yes to eligible to all ages. In terms of in the city, everybody, for youth in the school district, for seniors, I'm sorry, I'm just going to be complicated on this one. Issaquah School District minus Bellevue minus Sammamish, because Bellevue and Sammamish potentially have their own opportunities, and it's not tied to youth leagues, I think, as much. Sport consistency, yes. We have had other programs, and forgive me, the hour is somewhat late, but the last couple of years we had a couple of different programs that had a really straightforward King County qualifying thing that made it very easy for our staff, but it was kind of binary. It was either you were or you weren't. Yes to tiers. I thought it was interesting. I think it was Councilmember Hall who talked about people tended to be either in or out. So I'm for tiers, but if we used that really light, easy way to do with the county, then I would just say 100% for people who qualify by the county criteria, and then individual maximums, not family maximums. Thank you. And I will hand the baton to Councilmember Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martz. First, thank you to the administration and the Parks Department for bringing this forward and having a good set of recommendations and a good set of questions for us to consider tonight. I do support a transition to the fee reduction model. Eligibility for all ages is something that I also support, and all ages, including seniors. And eligibility should be for all people that reside in the Issaquah School District. And that's partially for the reasons that Councilmember Hunt outlined and Councilmember DeMichelle outlined, but also because our neediest members of the community also go to the food bank, and the food bank eligibility is for the entire school district. And so I could imagine a scenario where a mom is there at the food bank and her son sees the community center over there and wants to participate in the activities, And so we want to make sure that we're consistent in terms of the programs and the eligibility for both the food bank and our recreational programs. I support the qualifying guidelines that are in the application that have been spelled out. I'm in favor of a 50, 75, and 100% scholarship tiers for the program. And I think the maximum should be set for an individual, and the family limit should be done away with. The individual max that I'd recommend would conform with the recommendation from the Parks Department of $500. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Joe. Director Watling, we've gone through all 7 sets of comments. Is there anything that you need additional comment on?
No, other than to say thank you. I know this was unlike a typical regular council meeting item. Appreciate the discussion and the feedback. All very, very helpful. What I heard was overwhelming support for the fee reduction model. All ages, yes. A majority of most of you supported keeping the geographic eligibility to Issaquah School District in some way, shape, or form. So we'll finalize that. Also looked like there was interest more for those of you that had a feeling about which tier or keeping with the current tier of 50, 75, and 100. Heard those comments loudly. So really appreciate the time and the feedback. We'll work with administration on amending a resolution and work with finance and with city attorney on any other legislation we need for you to approve to move forward on this and bring it back to you in February. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. I have one additional question for council. I just want to make sure we have some clarity here. I don't think the intention of Parks and Community Services was ever to make it a have and have not on athletic activities that are happening at the community center. My question is, and you can do it with a thumbs up or thumbs down, is the question is, should Issaquah taxpayers be paying those subsidies for residents who reside outside the city? Or should the city be approaching the city of Bellevue and the city of Sammamish, as mentioned by Councilmember Martz, to find out if those programs exist in those cities that is paid by those taxpayers for residents that reside there? Is there an interest on the community, thumbs up or thumbs down, in having the Parks and Community Services approach cities about scholarship programs? See, 4 and a couple of maybes. So I think, Director Watling, that that may be something that you ought to be looking into. And Councilmember Joe has comment.
I just had a thought that sometimes the programs from Sammamish and Bellevue are sending us, or the parents are choosing to bring their kids to our programs because of the excellence that's there, both the quality of coaching, the quality of the Parks and Rec department, and I don't have anything empirical to back this up, but sometimes the best players are also coming to Issaquah to compete against our kids because our kids are really, top tier. So I think that from a recruiting point of view, from a competitive point of view, from a competition point of view in our programs, having the students from Bellevue and Sammamish is not necessarily a bad thing because it's sometimes the cream of the crop and the best competitors that are out there. But just a comment from my personal experience.
And that's a great comment, Councilmember Joe, because I think there's some sort of misunderstanding here that our intention was to change who participate in our programs, and that was not our intention. For example, if we managed the scholarship program ourselves, and City of Bellevue and City of Sammamish had scholarship programs, we would just send them a bill. People wouldn't have to go to the City of Bellevue and apply for a scholarship there. It's just whether or not those cities would contribute to our scholarship program to serve their residents. So it would be seamless. It wouldn't be an extra step. And it was never meant to reduce the kinds of people who would participate in our programs. I agree with you. The programs are fantastic. Okay.
So I would just ask that we check with the city attorney in terms of the enforceability of our collection ability with other cities. If they don't pay, what is our recourse? And if it ends up being a conflict or a point of friction between the cities, the $100 fee or $60 fee might not be worth the deterioration in the relationship, but I'll leave that to the administration to kind of examine a little.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We wouldn't do that. We have a great working relationship with both the City of Bellevue and Sammamish. Administrator Bobkowitz.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Good evening. Why don't we take that as a to-do? We'll come back with the main points in February that we've discussed this evening, and at an appropriate time, we'll come back after we've had a chance to talk with our colleagues in Bellevue and Sammamish.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda this evening, and thank you very much, Director Watling, for facilitating that, is our consent calendar. The consent calendar was distributed to council in advance, and if authorized, the items on the consent calendar will be considered together and approved by one motion. Have the payables and payroll been reviewed?
They have.
They have.
Thank you. Does any council member desire to remove any item from the consent calendar and consider it under regular business? And if you would like to do that, please indicate it in the chat. I am not seeing anything. Would somebody care to make a motion? Oh, Council President Walsh.
Thank you. This is Council President Walsh. I move adoption of the consent calendar as listed in our agenda.
Thank you. Deputy Council President Hall.
I'll second that motion.
It has been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar, and I'll turn it over to the clerk for call the roll vote.
Starting with Councilmember Joe.
Aye.
Councilmember Martz.
Aye.
Councilmember Ray.
Aye.
Council President Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DiMichele.
Aye.
Deputy Council President Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Hunt.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 nays.
Thank you, City Clerk. That passes unanimously. That's a great suggestion. Councilmember DiMichele is asking if we can take a 5-minute break, which would bring us back at around 9:20, and wave if everybody's into that before we start our regular business item. Okay, we're done. We will be taking a 5-minute break till 9:20. Thank you all. the first time this item is coming before council, and I'd like to invite Economic Development Manager Jen Davis-Hayes to present this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening, council members. Thank you for taking the time to hear about this topic tonight. I'm going to share my screen. And so you heard several public comments about this topic this morning. This evening, and I just wanted to let you know that we actually have a meeting scheduled with Target and their regional and the regional loss prevention, their regional government affairs, and their district management staff on Thursday. So we will definitely be passing on information as we have been in regular conversations with them. So I want you to know that the information we heard will be acted upon, and we'll continue to do efforts here. So the purpose tonight is, again, we've seen an increase of abandoned shopping carts over the past year. It's not just Target, although Target is very visible with the bright red carts and also the number of carts. And unfortunately, these carts have been on private property, on public property, blocking access at times, in ditches and other critical areas. And most of all, it's an eyesore, clutter in our community, and a nuisance. So currently, we don't have the ability to enforce a business to collect this. So tonight, we're asking you to provide that ability to us to consider adoption of this ordinance to allow the city to take action for abandoned shopping carts. So in the past, the city has historically collected and returned abandoned shopping carts. That was in response to a complaint or as part of the daily duties of some of our staff. This was a few here and there. But again, starting last summer, we began to see a large increase of carts. Staff from 4 different departments became more involved in various ways and documented over 1,000 abandoned carts from 13 different stores. Initially, there was thoughts about there were more people using them to go to the bus or to the in-house were using them. However, it was clear that that did not explain the increase. As we reached out to stores to request the retrieval of the carts, it became clear that shoplifting was the main reason for this increase. So it should be noted, we didn't immediately decide to create an ordinance to require businesses to take action. We, city staff have picked up and returned carts. Our Parks and Community Services have documented over 400 carts that they've returned. Our code enforcement staff, our public works staff, it's been a real challenge for them. It's a physical effort, and they need a truck to haul all these carts. As far as my involvement in economic development, I, in the last few months of the year, started reaching out to the businesses and documenting carts that were seen at the transit center across the street. So we, again, communicated with the businesses. We talked about the need to address this ongoing. And then we have been working with store management, and that's a lot of questions about addressing the shoplifting. So the police chief, the mayor, and district staff from 2 different retailers we have met directly with. I have contacted several other stores to discuss shoplifting and tools and resources to address that. Last week on Tuesday, we held our first retail loss prevention meeting with the Issaquah Police Department. We had 27 non-city attendees to hear from and ask questions to Interim Chief Swan. So we are very involved in this effort. She is aware of the regional efforts to address this issue, and one of the participants shared several bills that are in the state legislature to address some of the concerns about being able to sell things quite easily on some of these online platforms. But we knew we had to do something different after all of this work. It just wasn't working. So basically, we are proposing that businesses are responsible for the containment and retrieval of their carts. So first off, according to the Washington State RCW noted here, businesses are required to post signage and label carts. That's currently not happening for most of our businesses. The second part of the proposal, and I will note that I had the incorrect information on a previous slide, this slide that was submitted earlier. So the submission of a containment and a retrieval plan will be required, and fees could be charged after 6 incidents within 3 months. So if code enforcement has responded to 6 different times that 2-3 carts are located at a transit center, at a street off the property within 3 months, then we'll work with that business owner to get that plan in place and figure out how they are going to address that. And then, of course, this not only removes the onus from the staff, but we are still part of that solution. We're not going to be the lead, but we're not going to be fully responsible. So the reason that I'm involved in economic development in this is that we know it's important to work with our businesses. We have shared info about and requested input from our vision partners. So for those of you who are not aware of our vision partners, that includes our chamber, our Downtown Issaquah Association, our Gilman Village Merchants Association, Issaquah Highlands Council, and Visit Issaquah. I also sent an email for input to our shopping center managers and spoke to the Washington Retail Association and the Grocers Association staff about this. And we put it in our business e-news that goes out to 3,700 subscribers. You've heard about some of the concerns tonight, and we took to heart what the Chamber has expressed to us in the past. And again, Cathy McCrory, the president, mentioned several conversations we had. We didn't want to burden the businesses already impacted by COVID and employee shortages. So our initial draft had that everybody had to submit a plan right away. We decided that was not necessary. Let's deal with those that are not following what they need to be doing. So we eliminated that requirement and only required if there's an issue. And again, we will work with a business to help find a solution that works if they're willing to be a willing partner. We also exempted small businesses with 15 or less carts. And I'm aware of 2 small grocers in our city that would be then exempt from that. So options moving forward. So obviously we can, there's a spectrum of things we could do. So we could create stricter regulations. We could immediately charge fees for any shopping carts that are found off the property. There was some talk about requiring some businesses to install costly systems to contain the carts. We didn't go there. Again, we wanted to first allow the businesses to address this in the way that makes most sense for them. The other option is to do nothing. We can continue to manage abandoned carts. Again, that's a lot of city staff hours, and for things that are not in their normal daily routine tasks. So, and of course, there are lots of options in between. So our recommendation is that we're asking you to adopt this abandoned shopping cart ordinance. The real goal is to make sure that there are no more shopping carts abandoned in our community. We know that there's never going to be completely zero, but we can't continue at this pace. We know that businesses need to address the core issues, the shoplifting, the lack of containment, so as to not put an undue impact on the public and city staff. And again, we will be partners with them to help figure out how to make that work best. So timing and next steps. So if adopted, we will do outreach to businesses and the broader community. You have heard some public comment about requirements for private property owners. If there are a collection of carts on their property, that they need to contact the businesses that the carts are from. And that's really our approach, is encouraging people to reach out to the businesses to get these carts. So we will do outreach to businesses to more fully describe the new ordinance. We will work with our chamber. We'll work with all of our other business associations to do that work. We're also looking at creating an internal process to reduce the impact on staff. So we're looking at the potential of hiring a vendor to actually go and pick up those carts for those first few times that the city, will pick them up before we get to the containment plan and retrieval plan and potential fees. So that is something that we're going to be looking at as well. And most importantly, we're going to continue working with the businesses to address the shoplifting. So we had that meeting, as I mentioned, last week. We're going to be working with the chamber next month to host that meeting. And then in the next month, we'll continue to have those meetings. And so one of the commenters mentioned about an organized retail crime committee. That's basically what this is. It's really an opportunity for loss prevention staff to share information with each other and hear and share information with the police department, but also hear from our police department of what's happening. And on that first meeting we had, there were some questions about, why haven't you responded? Why haven't you done this? And when it was explained that we actually did, and we have arrested some individuals that were responsible for some things, it was greatly appreciated. So we will continue those lines of communication to ensure that businesses can get what they need. One of the things that our interim chief Paula Schwan mentioned to the businesses was some resources such as off-hours trespassing agreements with the city, and also CPTED surveys, so crime prevention through environmental design. So again, we're looking at this from multifaceted, but again, looking to the businesses to address the shoplifting that's happening in their stores. So again, the recommendation is to adopt the abandoned shopping cart ordinance, and I'll take questions now.
Thank you, Jen. So council members, there's been a lot of information presented on this tonight, a lot of public comment. Looking for questions before we move into discussing a motion. Let's start with Councilmember Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Pauli. Just curious, Jen, what other cities are doing about this? I can't believe that we're the only city that is having a shopping cart pandemic, along with the pandemic.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for asking that. So when we created this ordinance, we were lucky enough to look at multiple other cities that already have this in place. So I live in Renton, and I know for a fact that they require, locking wheels and other things in some of these stores. So we looked at multiple ordinances, and actually our staff went and did research and asking how these things are implemented, what works, what doesn't work. Because again, words on a paper may not be truly what's happening there. So this is not something that's unique. This is something that cities have had in place for many years.
So just to follow up, what did we hear back from them? Was there anything specific that they indicated worked really well, things that they tried that were less effective?
Yeah, so some of the things were, the more detailed an owners you got, the harder it was to implement all that. So you would spend, so as a code enforcement officer or somebody else that was enforcing this, it became too onerous. And so we talked about the how quickly to retrieve the carts, looking at the fees, looking at how, again, the containment plan, retrieval plan are in most of those ordinances, but we included that again as if things don't work out well, because we wanted to initially allow the opportunity for businesses to find a solution first. So that was something that administratively for us felt also like a good decision, so that our staff wasn't reviewing plans. I mean, again, the idea is not to have a plan in hand. The idea is not to have carts abandoned in our public and private properties where they shouldn't be.
Great, thank you.
Great question, Councilmember Ray. Just as a follow-up note, I have asked Target to provide cart counts every 2 weeks over the next several months so that they can demonstrate that the steps that they're taking are actually being effective. I know you like data, so I thought you might get a kick out of that. So Councilmember Martz, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So am I right that section 8.30.110 subsection 1 basically criminalizes the taking of shopping carts from private property?
I think we're going to
another element of the bill.
We'll throw that over to Rachel for a response, Councilmember.
I believe I'm trying to scroll back to that provision of the ordinance, but I believe did you say 060?
No, 8.30.110 subsection 1. It's on page 200. It's on the bottom of page 284 of the packet.
Yes, that comes straight from the RCW.
Oh, okay. So that's not us. That's just quoting. No, that's okay. Oh, I see. It's just reflecting. It's just reiterating the RCW.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. All right. And the second question is, I guess I'm assuming we've coordinated with the chief on this, Chief Schwan, on the language of this bill.
Yes.
All right.
We've had several departments: Public Works, our Code Enforcement, Economic Development, Police, looking at this to make sure that it makes sense.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilmember Martz. I am not seeing any additional questions. Oh, yes, I am. Councilmember Joe.
Oh, thank you. I had a drafting question for our city attorney. The same section that Councilmember Martz is looking at, 8.30.110. Could you help me with the language in section 3, the last sentence there? The owner of such property may claim an exemption from this code violation if they can show that they attempted to contact the owner of the carts weekly until the carts are removed to ask that the carts be retrieved. I didn't quite understand that. Could you explain that language there?
It means that if the property owner has these carts that have been just dumped on their property essentially, and they're doing everything that they can to try to get the property owner to come take them back, because another provision of this ordinance would require all of the property owners to put tags on their carts so that folks know where they belong to and who to call when they find them. And if they're just being ignored, it seemed unfair to penalize them when the carts were abandoned on their property and the actual owner of the carts is not taking responsibility, and they can show us that they have been trying to contact them.
Okay, and if I'm a property owner and the city comes and asks me, have I been trying, I can just say yes. It doesn't look like there's any requirement of proof or any type of
it says if they can show
that would be needed, or
if they can show. So they would have to show that they tried calling. So that would be, they would have
so
to.
If they have a landline, we would expect them to pull their phone records for us to look at.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what is the infraction amount?
I believe that the general infraction penalty is, I think it's $250 under the Issaquah Municipal Code.
Okay.
For any unlisted offenses, which this would be.
Okay.
Yes.
So my concern is that we're asking people that have had carts dumped on their property to call the retailer to come get it. But if the retailer doesn't come get it, it's my onus and my burden to show that I tried to reach out to them to get them to pick up the carts. But if I've got a landline, I've got to pull my phone records to show that I tried to call the retailer. Now, if I'm a retailer and I'm doing business.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Joe. When we have a motion, I think that's a great comment that you're making. If you have additional questions, let's do that first.
My next question is, can you, city attorney, outline why the city police department has not been going forward with prosecutions? You were a former prosecutor. I was a former prosecutor. We understand that the costs of handling those cases through our municipal courts. Some of the general public may not understand why the police, if they have someone in custody, might not still process the case, put it through our courts if the retailer is not willing to participate.
They would need specific evidence from the retailer generally in order to be able to prove the crime. First of all, for instance, they'd have to, when I was a prosecutor, we would show the videos of the thefts in progress from the store security footage. And that's become so standard that I'm not sure that as a municipal prosecutor without that, you'd have much luck prevailing in a charge. And so, that everything gets prioritized. And I guess this is really more of an issue of target, or it's not, excuse me, of targets. I don't mean to call out anyone specifically, but of businesses not calling the police, then than the prosecutor not filing in this particular case, though, because here I think the issue is that the police aren't getting enough information to actually proceed with filings to the prosecutor's office.
And Rachel, let's bring in our chief here as well, our interim chief. Chief Swan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. The question to that is more accurate. Yes, we have contacted certain businesses. We've even returned with the suspect and carts of items, and the businesses are not willing to prosecute. If you don't, essentially, in layman's terms, you don't have a victim, you don't have a crime. So if the businesses are unwilling to be victims, it's not that law enforcement is not responding. We have officers stopping even at the transit center when people are getting off buses saying, turn around, go back, we don't want you here. And we've even returned lots of merchandise and individuals. We've had citizens return merchandise and items. And if the stores are unwilling, then we are unable to do our jobs.
Thank you. I think it's important that the public understand you have to have a witness to put on the stand to validate the video that might be there and to be a witness. Just my last question is, when a store such as Target or Ross puts in security people, has it been your experience that you now have a witness that is more willing to go to court and is paid by the store to go to court, so prosecutions are more readily available to the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Every readiness calendar would be full of security guards sitting there ready to talk.
Great.
Well,
I know the
can
one
I touch base on that really quick?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Chief.
So that's not always the case. There are certain stores currently who are hiring off-duty police officers that we've had in the stores, and they have refused to prosecute even though the thefts are occurring in front of officers who are still refusing. They are telling us we are just a deterrent. So that is not always the case. Even though they're there, they have certain guidelines from their corporate that will not allow them, or only one person or manager that is allowed to be the person that presses charges on behalf of the business, which then makes it difficult for, again, still those prosecutions. So it's not as effective as one would think, but yes, in theory, that's what it would be for.
Okay. Thanks for that background. I appreciate that. The citizens may not know all those details, but I think it's important that they understand that.
Councilmember Joe, do you have any additional questions? You were the last. Thank you. You were the last one on the list. I'll give it a second. Otherwise, is somebody prepared to make a motion? Council President Walsh.
Thank you. I move to adopt ordinance number 2967, amending the Issaquah Municipal Code by adding a new chapter 8.30, shopping cart regulation.
Councilmember Hall. Oh, Deputy Council President Hall.
Second.
Just so everybody knows, his title is written down wrong in the chat, which is causing me grief tonight. I see Councilmember Martz has a motion to amend. Councilmember Martz, do you mind if I go back to Councilmember Joe so that he can provide further comment on the section of the code that was bothering him with respect to property owners who have things dumped on their property? He started that.
But my amendment is related to that language.
Okay. Councilmember Joe, if you want to provide some additional comments, then I'm going to go to Councilmember Martz for an amendment.
I will defer to Councilmember Martz on the amendments, and then we'll discuss. Thank you.
That sounds great. Councilmember Martz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to amend AB 8037, striking the sentence, the owner or owner's agent must retrieve any lost, stolen, or abandoned shopping cart within 24 hours of the city providing such notice, from section 8.30.070 and striking section 8.30.110 subsection 3.
Councilmember Ray?
I'll second.
Thank you. Councilmember Martz, do you want to address your motion?
Certainly. I'm all for punishing people who steal carts and attempting to retrieve carts, but I'm uncomfortable potentially criminalizing the response by law-abiding private property owners. Private property owners won't want carts on their land. They'll do the right things. Let's treat them with respect. They'll get the carts home. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Martz. Rachel, is this the appropriate sentence to strike to relieve the property owners who have things dumped on it? Or it kind of looks like it might be the owner of the cart section. And I'm assuming, Rachel, that you can see it in the chat. But you're on mute.
Thanks. I can see it in the chat. Yeah, I'm just looking. It looks like this. Well, just to be clear, the portion of section 8.30.1103, that section, that does not have criminal penalties associated with it. I just want to make sure that we're clear with what section you want removed here, because that particular provision would be a civil infraction. The criminal provisions 1 and 2 in that section, they are for folks who remove a shopping cart, and once again, this will be a shopping cart that once the businesses have posted signs as they're supposed to, there'll be, conspicuous signs all over that say you're not allowed to just take these carts. And so those would be people who take the carts without permission or who possess those as stolen property. And that would require them to meet the elements of possession of stolen property under the RCW.
So, Rachel, I'm going to ask the question a different way. And Councilmember Martz, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe what I'm hearing from Councilmember Joe and Martz is that for the property owner, not the owner of the carts, but for a property that has carts dumped on it, they want to make sure that that property owner, the owner has received someone else's dumped carts, is not held liable for that action.
And if you struck section 3, that would occur. I just want to make it clear that there were never criminal penalties associated with that.
And that's fair. Councilmember Martz, with your amendment, it says that the owner or owner's agent must retrieve any lost, stolen, or abandoned carts within 24 hours. If that applies to the retailer, did you want that removed or did you want that left in?
Sorry, give me just 1 second to go back to that.
Sure.
Sorry.
I think you and Councilmember Joe are saying that you just don't want this third-party dump site to have to be on the hook.
Yes, I thought that sentence applied to the location where the cart winds up. So
No,
that
070 applies to that is an onus on the owner of the shopping cart. They saying that they have to come retrieve it once they've been notified.
Okay.
Would you like to modify your motion to strike section 8.30.110 paren 3?
Yes, I would like to simplify it to merely amend 8037, striking section 8.30.110 section 3, subsection.
And I'm looking at the second. Agrees with the amendment? Okay. I'm going to go to Chief Schwan for a comment. As she tries to unmute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just bringing up because I know that in some response to different codes that code enforcement has also been a part of, in different from shopping carts, but in the past. For example, if we have to respond and someone has for example, a vehicle that ends up overnight in the middle of their property and they try and get a hold of the owner, but they can't, that is still an eyesore and still against the code. They are so responsible. And we also try and work together with them to have that removed in whatever fashion that is, but ultimately in the end game that someone has to be responsible to remove that eyesore. And so I think that's where it just falls into play as far as it's not, and we all think the business owners, of course, aren't going to want other businesses' carts on their property. But at the same time, the efforts have to be made to also still clean that up, whether it be at the transit center, like we've had communication with them too as well. So I think that's just what I was trying to bring to light, and remember that it's still, we do have that property owner, if it's on their property, to also still get it picked up and at least try and make attempts to get those owners to collect them.
Are there additional comments or questions? Council President Walsh for the question.
Thank you. This is Council President Walsh. Toward this idea, I know part of the ordinance is suggesting that in limited circumstances, the city through a vendor could pick up carts that are left in the right-of-way or public property. Would it at all be possible for private business owners who have carts dumped on their lots to utilize a similar service that would thus address the issue?
I think if I understand your question correctly, President Walsh, you're asking if the services that the city may provide in the public right-of-way could be provided on private property. And I think we'll go to Rachel for an answer, but that would mean that the city might start to be responsible for illegal dumping of anything on somebody's property versus the property owner being responsible for it. So it might have some far-reaching consequences. Rachel?
Yeah, I think I would be cautious about going that route. I suppose theoretically, yes. You know, I mean, first of all, they could contract once the carts are on their property abandoned. I mean, they can really dispose of them however they see fit. So they could personally contract with any of those groups to take them off. I assume that you're asking whether or not they could avail themselves of the city's service provider. Is that correct?
Yeah,
correct.
I don't see any reason why it couldn't work that way, why the city couldn't send their staff or their contractor over to grab those, as long as they have the property owner's permission to go on the property. That's really the biggest issue there, is that we can't be trespassing on third parties' private property to take these accumulated shopping carts. So we do need those property owners to do something to help us get rid of them. And whether that just be call the city so we can coordinate removal, that I think would be very manageable, even really just under the terms of this ordinance as is.
As is. Thank you. City Administrator Bobkowitz, you turned your camera on. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I think the city attorney hit it on the head. I think ultimately we will work with the property owner. I think the council's making it clear that you don't want to have this be in any way an onus on the property owner in a negative way. So again, with this ordinance, we're going to have to live with it for a while. I think, as was mentioned at the top of the meeting, other communities have had to live with their ordinances as well, and you learn the good and the bad. So clearly, if the council is comfortable striking 8.30.1103, go ahead. We'll deal with the consequences, and if they become onerous, we'll come back to the council.
Thank you, Administrator Bobkowitz. Is there any additional comments or questions? Otherwise, I will reread the current motion. So I'll keep my eye on the chat for a second. The current motion before the council is to amend the ordinance for AB 8037, striking section 8.30.110, paren 3. And I will go to the city clerk for a roll call vote.
Starting with Councilmember Martz.
Aye.
Councilmember Ray.
Aye.
Council President Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DiMichele.
Aye.
Deputy Council President Hall.
Nay.
Was that a nay? Thank you.
Yes, that is a nay.
Councilmember Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Joe.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. The amendment passes 6-1. Councilmember DiMichele, you would like to make a comment and a motion.
Darn. Thank you, Mayor Polly. I have an amendment that I would like to propose, and I will put it in the chat. I think it was also sent, whoops, just a moment. Oh, yeah. I think this is going to work. Let's hope. There we go. And this is on page 284 of the packet that we received. And I will read it. Move to amend section 8.30.100, subsection 4, paragraph A, subparagraph III of the proposed ordinance to add, quote, and a deadline to submit a new plan for review, unquote, to the end of the second sentence, and to add the following after the last sentence, quote, an owner who fails to timely file a proposed plan or to abide by the terms of an approved plan is in violation of this chapter and shall be subject to civil penalties in the amount of $500 for each day during which the violation continues, unquote.
Thank you, Councilmember DiMichele. Is there a second? Deputy Council President Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. I would like to second for the sake of discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember DiMichele, would you like to discuss? And I do see that our chief would also like to comment as well. Councilmember DiMichele.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. When I read this section, it seemed incomplete to me. A plan is submitted and denied, and the ordinance only specifies that the business receives notification of the denial. I think it's important that we detail the next steps and consequences of the denial so the business being notified has a clear understanding of its next steps. To be clear, this amendment would only apply in a very few instances. If a business has failed to retrieve carts in a timely fashion, 6 or more times in a 3-month period, and if the business has been asked to submit a plan detailing how it will improve, and if the business has submitted a document so poorly planned or written that it is denied, and if the business is given a new timeline to submit a plan and fails to do so, at that time the city starts levying fines. So let's hope it would never be used, but on the other hand, we've seen clear instances where good faith efforts to persuade a national business to be a good neighbor have failed. And I therefore think we need to add teeth to this section of the ordinance. And I would appreciate your support for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DiMichele. Councilmember Hunt, if it's okay with you, I'd like to let the chief make some comments and then come to your question. Chief?
I didn't raise my hand. I wasn't sure.
Okay, it's because your camera was on. Sorry about that. Councilmember Hunt.
Thanks. I had a question about the amount. So my understanding is that if we didn't adopt this amendment, then the amount would be $250 because it's an unlisted fine. Is that correct? Or what would the fine be without this amendment?
Rachel?
Yes, the fine would be $250, although I completely agree with Councilmember DiMichele that it wasn't clearly enough specified that there would be a penalty, what the next steps would be. Yes, theoretically, we've already put in a catch-all provision at the top of the ordinance that says violation of this is violation of the code. So any violation, including violation of these plan provisions, could then be pursued as a civil infraction that way. But it seemed important to set a more particular process, especially since even if you find someone, then they would still not know when they had to resubmit a new plan. It didn't provide details like that. And that's because what I can talk about later too is that this plan is really, or this shopping cart ordinance is really different from our neighboring jurisdictions in some ways. We kind of took the best parts of what we saw in all of the shopping cart ordinances around us. And so we actually, we modeled this particular section after the City of Longview's plan, which was just, it was much more burdensome and onerous on the businesses. And so in modifying it so that it was more business friendly, I think we missed making it clear when they would have to submit a new plan. So I do think this is a good amendment. I think it would be good to make this amendment, even if you want to set a different penalty, that's fine. I merely suggested $500 because that's a really typical code enforcement penalty. City of, I looked up a few before the meeting. City of Redmond, for instance, their code enforcement penalty for any violation of their code is up to $1,000 a day. Sammamish is $500. Bellevue is $1,000. It's, in my experience, which has been kind of all over, $500 is kind of the average and typical, but you could really make the penalty whatever you want. But I would still recommend that you include the rest of this language just so it's very abundantly clear to your business owners that what the process would be and that what the consequences for failing to abide by the plan would be, because otherwise they don't have really, they might think they have no incentive to provide the plan. They may not understand that they can be civilly cited through infractions. And also the infraction process is a bit onerous on staff.
Thank you, Rachel. Councilmember Hall?
Thank you. Quick question for either Councilmember DiMichele or Jen Davis-Hayes, but just to clarify that this specific penalty proposal hasn't been run by the chamber or any business groups yet for feedback. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. I don't know if Councilmember DiMichele had shared any of this previously. No.
Yeah.
Again, though, as Rachel mentioned, it's a typical fine. So.
Additional questions on this proposed amendment? Councilmember Joe.
Thank you. Just a question for our city attorney. Is the director's denial of the plan such that the fine would start accumulating, is that an appealable item under Section 5 such that they'll be able to, suspend the fine for a while until the decision is handed down on the appeal so that they do have a recourse should they disagree with what's going on?
Absolutely. Good question. And yes.
Okay. So it's not a final $500 is going to start accruing forever until you make a correction. You actually have the decision to either amend your plan and put it back to the director for review or go to an appeal where you can have your issue heard out. So
exactly. The penalties are really if you just thumb your nose at the city and don't do anything, which hopefully we will never be in that situation.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that there's recourse for the retailer there.
Yes, absolutely. The appeal right.
Thank you, Councilmember Joe. Not seeing any additional questions, so I'll have the clerk call a roll call vote on the amendment, which is to amend Section 8.30.100, subsection (4), paragraph (a), subparagraph 3 of the proposed ordinance to add and a deadline to submit a new plan for review, and to add that to the end of the second sentence, and to add the following after the last sentence. An owner who fails to timely file a proposed plan or to abide by the terms of an approved plan is in violation of this chapter and shall be subject to civil penalties in the amount of $500 for each day during which the violation continues. And I'll go to the city clerk.
Yes, starting with Councilmember Ray.
Aye.
Council President Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DiMichele.
Aye.
Deputy Council President Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Joe.
Aye.
Councilmember Martz.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Is there any additional discussion or any additional proposed amendments before we move to the main motion? And I will give you guys a second to put something in the chat if you have something. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. Okay, I'll go back to the proposed motion. It was moved and seconded to adopt ordinance number 2967, amending the Issaquah Municipal Code by adding a new chapter 8.30 shopping cart regulation. Can I say as amended, City Clerk? As amended. And I will go to the City Clerk for a roll call vote.
Starting with Council President Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DeMichelle.
Aye.
Deputy Council President Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Joe.
Aye.
Councilmember Martz.
Aye.
Councilmember Ray.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 noes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Good to move on to our last regular business item for today, which is AB 8316, amending IMC 5.02.090, the revocation or suspension of a business license. And the request before council today is to adopt the ordinance. Again, this is the first time that this item is coming before council, and I'd like to invite City Attorney Rachel Turpin to introduce this item. Rachel.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Hello again, continuing. This legislation also relates to this kind of ongoing crisis we have of criminal activity in some of the city's retail business establishments. This particular legislation would amend IMC 5.04090, which is the section of the code that sets forth the criteria for suspension or revocation of a city-issued business license. The intent of the amendments is to protect the public health and safety by making it abundantly clear that allowing a business to become sort of a haven for criminal activity is not acceptable to the city of Issaquah. The current code is written very broadly and not as clearly as I would like to see it written eventually. For instance, this particular section of the code currently provides that a license can be suspended or revoked in the event a business has become a public nuisance. Well, rampant criminal activity like this is indeed a public nuisance, but I'm not sure that would be clear to business owners who don't deal in things like public nuisances every day, who don't speak municipal speak like some of us do. That really may, they may be thinking about foul odors, things like that more as public nuisances rather than this criminal activity. So we thought that essentially the intent was to add some clarity for the businesses, but also to make it explicitly clear to them that operating your business in a manner that allows for this sort of outrageous criminal conduct to occur on your property without trying to intervene and prevent it or report it in any way is just unacceptable in the city and won't be tolerated. Like many provisions of the Issaquah Municipal Code, this section does require the city to exercise discretion, and that's true with or without these amendments. It's very typical. There's a lot of discretion is handed to us in the municipal world, and we have to utilize that discretion to the best of our abilities. And so staff would have to utilize discretion to decide when and if to move forward with revocation or suspension proceedings. In the event that a business felt that the city had abused its discretion, it would have appeal rights. So there are other provisions in Chapter 5.04 that relate to your rights to appeal a decision under that chapter. So they would be able to avail themselves of that appeal. There are additional changes to Section 5.04090 that I would like to see made in the future. But I know the criminal activity is definitely the most pressing issue since it affects the public safety. I think the other changes can wait until we've had the opportunity to conduct a more comprehensive review and update of this entire chapter, which I have already been in preliminary discussions with the mayor and city administrator about. With that, I would love to take any questions that you have.
Great. So before we start with questions, I wonder if this ordinance has had some feedback provided by the chamber, informal feedback provided about potentially editing a portion of it. Could you go through what you would recommend council take into consideration tonight?
Yes. So we did receive some feedback from the chamber. The biggest point of contention seemed to be the preliminary language at the very beginning of the section that reads, the building official or his or her designee may at any time suspend or revoke any license issued under the provisions of this chapter whenever it, and this is the part that is proposed to be added, it is reasonably necessary in the interest of protection of the public health, safety, morals, peace, or welfare, or when the licensee or any officer, employee, or partner thereof, ... And then it goes through the other conditions. And I don't see any issue with deletion of that provision there. That was really just a introductory remark more than anything else. I would never have based any revocation off of that language to begin with. It was just, once again, I don't know, just to sort of tie it in with the conditions that were set forth below. But yeah, it certainly could be done without. Other feedback that we received from businesses were compilations of other city codes that and what they have with regard to this subject matter. Those were not new to me. I'm pretty familiar with most of the local municipal codes, and especially I think the ones that were pointed out were Kirkland, Redmond, Seattle, Renton. Kirkland and Redmond, those are what I would consider to be the kind of the garden variety code with respect to revocation of a business license. Those provisions are very commonly seen. Once again, I think some of them very clearly spell out what the city of Issaquah's code also says, but just in a different way. And it certainly wouldn't hurt in the future to make our code look more like that, just because that's, what people are used to seeing around here. But the provisions in those codes alone would not deal with the issues that we're facing here in particular. Those wouldn't address these issues of the criminal activity. Our own code would, with the public nuisance language, but once again, I wasn't sure if that was clear enough for the businesses. City of Renton has a different provision. They allow revocation when a business becomes a chronic nuisance premise, and they define that as a certain number of calls for service over a certain amount of time. That is another option that you can consider. However, it also has its drawbacks. That puts the burden on sort of your residents to call and report this, because what happens when you enact chronic nuisance legislation of any type, even this kind of limited business license chronic nuisance, is that businesses, it gives them further incentive not to call 911, because the more calls they make to 911, the more likely their business license will be suspended, because it's based on just objective numbers of calls for service. So that didn't seem appropriate here, because I think the last thing we want to do here is deter the businesses from calling 911 more. And I don't think, I'm not sure, I won't speak for the council, but I didn't think that folks would want to put all of that burden on the public to have to make those phone calls and have to keep reporting it when it really isn't their problem that they're creating. And then Seattle's code is just kind of off. It's just, it doesn't have anything new and exciting that any of the other codes don't have. It's just a lot more process.
Rachel, thank you for that background. So just summarizing your comments, Section 5 needs an update overall. This update today is just specific to the current shoplifting crisis, and that you are suggesting that it would be appropriate for the council to remove the introductory language because the bulleted points below add enough specificity for this ordinance to be enforceable without being perceived to be overly broad.
Correct.
Okay, so let's do some questions before we talk about a motion. Are there any questions from City Council members? Councilmember Joe.
Thank you. City Attorney, I have seen in some of the other codes that I've reviewed and looked at, sometimes with business licenses and when there's a violation, there's a chance and opportunity for the business owner to cure the problem. And, they're given 10 days to cure the problem. And then the inspector comes back, 10 days later to check it out. And then only after the problem still persists, they go ahead and write, a revocation for that particular license. And that decision can then be appealed, as you point out. Have you seen that work in other cities? And if you could comment on the merits of perhaps consideration of some type of ability to cure the problem.
I have yet to work in a jurisdiction that didn't try very hard to work with the property owner to cure a violation before moving to suspension or revocation. In the almost 15 years I've been practicing municipal law, I've handled less than 5 business license revocations, probably. It's extremely rare. Usually simply having codes on the books and having the ability to threaten it is enough to get a business to the table to talk to you about rectifying the situation. So it very rarely, if ever, comes to that. So even without language like that in the code, that is just the general process, and that's certainly the process that I would recommend to staff as the city attorney.
Great. Could I hear from staff then as to their general process to allow a business to cure the problem, if they do that as regular practice, and how that's worked?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, let me take a crack at that. Again, as the city attorney's mentioned, it's a pretty rare occurrence. We have actually had one business license revocation in the 2.5 years that I have been here, dealing with a doggy daycare facility. And that was really a matter of interpretation of code, where the individual was conducting a business that you could not board animals for any period of time in a residential zone. So we worked with the business owner. We ultimately did have a revocation. There was then a hearing where we were able to talk through with the business owner basically a solution to their problem. And then the city administrator serves as the hearing officer under the code. I was then able to issue a ruling that allowed the business owner to once again have their business license and move forward. So, that in 2.5 years here as the designated official to handle this, that's the only time we've had that. But I'll echo what the city attorney has mentioned. Certainly with the current situation, with some of our national retailers, especially, we have been meeting almost continuously with them to try to get some movement. I think the challenge we're facing, unfortunately, is that we're not seeing movement that's affecting results. And so, in consultation with the city attorney, the administration has brought this before you because we fear that we're running out of options, and that the impact on the community, and as you've heard from public testimony earlier this evening, we're in pretty uncharted territory. So that's why we're here this evening with that. But again, we have been working with these instances for several months. We just fear we're coming to the end of our ability to impact change without perhaps going through a revocation.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Councilmember Joe. Councilmember DiMichele.
Thank you. This is Councilmember DiMichele. Overall, I'm very supportive of this proposed ordinance. However, I am wondering if you could outline, if we delayed passing it tonight, what would be the adverse impacts that might bring about? If we were to bring this back on February 7th, would that delay pose problems for either the mayor or the administration? Thank you.
Councilmember DiMichele, let me start. I'm sure City Administrator Bob Quitz and Rachel might have some thoughts too. Without this particular tool in the toolkit, all we will be able to do if certain retailers refuse, as they did today when our officers brought back stolen goods, refuse to charge those, we will continue to have shoplifting through whatever period of time it takes till the council approves it, which in my mind is a continued threat to our community members who are in the parking lot, who are on the trail, who are at the transit center. So yes, we can return carts because of the cart ordinance, but the way things are right now, that just means that the shoplifting will continue as usual. Nico?
And Madam Mayor, perhaps I can ask the chief, you referred to an incident just this afternoon, which was really disturbing. And Chief, if you could just talk just briefly about the incident that occurred with one of our national retailers just this afternoon.
We had some individuals seen exiting one of the stores, and the officers brought the individual and the carts of merchandise back to the store. Our officer talked with two separate managers and the other off-duty officer that was working overtime there, not from our agency, but still in effect there, commissioned within the state, and witnessed the subject leave and exit the store, and they refused to press charges because one specific manager was not on site. So they do have some corporate policy, and if I might take this moment to also say that I've been working with the mayor since the first week in November in meeting with these retailers, and I understand the possibility of postponing, but it was recommended different things for them to try to implement on multiple occasions by the mayor and myself and the city. It was even mentioned progressively to include possibility of this, which was being proposed. And by just placing an officer there and them telling those police officers, you're just a visual deterrent, basically stating that they will not be using us to even press charges, even witnessing it personally, the officer themselves. To me, it's lip service to what the mayor has been asking and requesting and demanding, saying for the safety. And from my experience of 27 years in law enforcement, by allowing and condoning and it being placed on social media in several different communities, that this is what's acceptable and this is a place to go to commit these crimes, it will still encourage the worst, where initially this started as shoplift, and now we're hearing, very unfortunately, instances of people being threatened getting in their own cars, people being followed and stalked in the store. These are things that is progressively getting worse and building from shoplifting. It's not just these crimes in and of themselves.
So, Councilmember.
Sorry.
So it's a difficult question. I mean, I think normally we would encourage the council. Usually, one meeting is never a big deal on any subject. But you know, we're really at a very critical juncture here with one national retailer that we may be faced really to move forward to close that retailer's business here in Issaquah by revoking their business license. So we continue to talk with the retailers. I think it was mentioned there's a discussion with them again on Thursday, but quite honestly, the actions they have taken have really been insufficient. And I think we are getting closer and closer to the mayor making a judgment if that business license, we should move forward with that revocation. So I don't want to color the council's decision-making too much, other than to say this is really an extraordinary circumstance. I think all of us who work as your professional staff and, the city attorney, myself, the police chief have been doing this for 15, 20, 25 years plus, never seen anything like this. And we're just concerned that our residents and those people who come to do business here are at extraordinary risk.
Councilmember Ray?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paul. I want to follow up on Councilmember DeMichel's comment. We currently have an ordinance in place, and I have to confess I did not read it top to bottom and every word. What are the capabilities that are missing in the current ordinance that we would get in the new ordinance, other than maybe some clarification that would allow you, if we passed it, to take action that you couldn't today?
We would have to prove that it was a public nuisance. So that would just be a little bit more work to work towards that case than if we were to make these clarifying changes.
So we could still move forward with building the case that they're a public nuisance without their clarifying language if we felt like we needed to do that in the next 3 weeks.
Yes, but it would take longer, and I don't think you could probably get it done within the next 3 weeks. You'd have to compile a lot of data to try to.
I don't think even if we pass the ordinance, you get it done in the next 3 weeks either, but that's another story.
Councilmember Ray, let me just add to that as well. One of the things that I had asked Rachel to do was to review these older ordinances to see if they compared with other jurisdictions, because currently we are toothless. And city administrator said we're in a very unique situation. Upon talking with one of our national retailers multiple times, the only thing that got a response at all in writing of any kind of action plan was the potential revocation of their business license. And even then, the action plan that was submitted was not followed. So I think the question before the council is, there's probably other ways to do this. They take time, and there will be hundreds of thefts in the meantime with potential risks to community members. So that's what it boiled down to. After starting this in October and finding ourselves in January, I am frankly fed up. I believe that public safety has been just kicked to the curb with this particular retailer, with no conscience whatsoever about the dangers that it's putting our residents under and their own staff, in my personal opinion. So I'm looking to see if, Councilmember Hunt has a question.
Thank you. First, one quick question. So the section, City Attorney Turpin, that you said you could just do without, could you clarify again what that is, and could it be done without an amendment, or would we have to make an amendment? And then second question, before I forget, is it sounds like the kinds of concerns we have with the shoplifting and the horrible stories that people have shared about things that have happened to them with, the person who approached somebody at their car, and those things all seem to fall into the protection of public health, safety, peace, or welfare. And so I wondered about morals, because that one seems so open to interpretation. So those are my two questions.
Good questions. So the first question about the language that could be removed, you could just do a motion to amend the ordinance to remove that language, and I believe the city clerk already has a motion prepped on that.
Okay.
And as far as the morals go, that's just typical language, actually, believe it or not, from municipal codes. Cities are granted the authority to regulate public health, safety, and morals, and so it's it's pretty typical to see that phrase used in these ordinances. In fact, many cities, their criminal codes essentially, or their codes that have their nuisances and their crimes and all their kind of those types of provisions, they're actually often called public peace, safety, and morals. It's just kind of a municipal law term of art, I guess I would say.
Okay, thank you. But to clarify, the kinds of concerns that we are talking about would fall under the public health and safety part of this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hunt. Councilmember Joe?
Thank you. Just so we build a legislative history, City Attorney Turpin, could you explain a little bit about Section F? In particular, I'm concerned about, or I'd like some more information about become an instrument of or a cover for public disorder, crime, unlawful activities. What exactly is meant by cover as we're drafting this and putting this together so that if it is questioned, we have some legislative history to lean on?
I think that cover means a front. It's not what's typically maybe going on in this particular case, but it would mean a front for illegal activities, essentially. And as far as an instrument of, I think that, it's a tool of, it's being used by criminals. It's being used by criminals in organized retail theft, that kind of thing.
Okay, so just to be clear, this section is not necessarily directly related to the discussion this evening, but gives the city additional tools and additional instruments to handle future problems as we look at the horizon a little bit.
Correct. If suddenly you have a business that is obviously engaging in money laundering, it becomes kind of a, there's rampant crime involved with that, then that's, then we would say it was a cover for their criminal activity. And we would say, you can't operate this business that is really not really a car wash, that you're really just using to funnel money through for legal purposes, that kind of thing.
Okay, thank you very much.
Council President Walsh.
Thank you. I have a question on Section E, which reads, has allowed, failed to prevent, or failed to report to law enforcement unlawful or criminal activity occurring at the business. And so, as far as I understand it, it's not a crime or criminal offense to not report a crime. Is that correct?
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this section would therefore make it a crime for a business to not, if they did not report a crime, sorry for the cat in the background, but it would not apply. So we would have different laws and requirements for residents versus businesses.
Well, it wouldn't make it a crime. It would just mean that in order to maintain your business, you should report this language, but there's no criminal penalties associated with this. It's just it's a regulatory measure. It's not criminalizing anything.
Okay, thank you.
It's just saying it's essentially saying that you would expect businesses to work with law enforcement. And once again, there will be, in any of these case instances, discretion would have to be utilized. And I don't think that the city has any intention of revoking the business licenses of folks who don't call in every offense. I think what we're dealing with here is retailers who have made it a policy not to report anything and are therefore allowing their business to become just a crime haven, I guess, is really the best. I know I keep using that term, but that's just what it is. the center of criminal activity in the city.
I'm looking for additional questions. Are there any more questions? There we go. Council member.
Thanks. I'm curious about Rachel's comment about what was the word? Discretion. And do we run into any problem with equal protection? So if we've got one vendor or one business who we don't like, so we hold them to a different standard than another business that we don't think is as egregious or something. Are we setting ourselves up for some challenges down the road? So,
Yeah,
I mean, part of my concern is just to frame this is things are left up to discretion, are also left up to interpretation, and then down the road it gets interpreted badly, and then we're in a kind of a place we don't want to be.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And yes, if you were to discriminatorily enforce this ordinance, then you could run into issues if you were to abuse your discretion, but that would require you to abuse the discretion. There's nothing wrong with utilizing discretion. In fact, like I said before, there are many, many, many discretionary decisions that are left to local government that municipal officials exercise discretion on a daily basis. The Issaquah Municipal Code is full of instances where staff have to exercise discretion. And in most cases, it works out fine. It's when they abuse it and they, of course you can't just say, you would not be able to treat one retailer differently just because you don't like them. But you can certainly use your discretion in terms of, the severity of conduct that you're concerned with, the types of crimes you're concerned with, that kind of thing.
Great. Thanks, Rachel.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Rachel, I just want to correct. The amendment that you were suggesting that council consider is actually not in the chat right now. What is in the chat right now is
I thought that the clerk had it. Sorry, I will find it.
I have the amendment. I just I was waiting until there was a motion, a main motion offered, but I'll go ahead and put the amendment in the chat.
No, actually, I think you're doing it in the right sequence, City Clerk. So I think what we'll do is we'll see if there is anybody wanting to make a main motion. Council President Walsh.
Okay, I'm finding my piece. I move to postpone consideration of ordinance number. What's the ordinance number?
2968.
2968 to a date certain.
Councilmember Hall.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, and Council President Walsh, would you like to speak to that motion?
Yes, thank you. I think we've heard many, many emails from the business community as well as the residents who are obviously concerned about this. They're concerned both with the situation that's happening at national retailers and the increase in crime, as well as the way that we handle writing our legislation and the process through which we involve the community in those conversations. And as I look at this this ordinance, I'm seeing a lot I don't like about it. I'm seeing a lot of abilities granted to the city and the administration. And yes, we absolutely do use our discretion on things, but I'm seeing a lot of potential conflict points. And so I would like to give an opportunity for the council and the public to have more conversation on this, particularly because this ordinance was released right before a holiday weekend, which has not given the public a lot of opportunity to engage with this. So I would like to postpone this to a later date for those reasons.
Thank you. Councilmember Marks with a question. A comment, sorry.
A comment, thanks. Respectfully, I think we need to get this done tonight. We need to stop looking like prey. Important 2020 Black Lives Matter and public safety conversations unfortunately led some to confuse equity concerns in progressive communities with being soft or apathetic towards public safety. Nobody in our city thought that, but unfortunately, bad people did. We're not soft on public safety. Public safety is a bedrock in this community, and businesses that don't care about public safety aren't welcome in Issaquah. We need to be a place where if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Let's start tomorrow. Thank you.
Did I unmute myself or not? I guess I did.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councilmember Martz. Councilmember DiMichele with a comment.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. I'm going to also oppose this motion, although I certainly came into this evening with many concerns about it being placed on the ordinance being placed on the agenda without our usual many touches on it and conversation. But I think that I've been convinced by the stories we heard tonight during public comment. And it does feel as though the situation is escalating from what we heard 10 years ago about thefts of alcohol not being prosecuted. And then 8 years ago, major crime moving into thievery of alcohol, and now TV sets going and electronics going, and then people being confronted in parking lots and being threatened. I feel like 3 weeks from now, if someone were hurt or suffered really adverse effects, and we let that go for 3 more weeks, I don't think that I could feel really comfortable about that. So I'm going to take the administration's pledge to continue to work with the business community and perhaps come back with a revised bill in a few weeks. But I think we need something right now in case the situation really starts to get out of hand. So I very much respect the council members who are supporting delaying, and I understand the reasons why, but I don't think I can live with that. So I'm going to vote no on this amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember DiMichele. City Administrator Bobquist, did you turn your camera on, or was it on?
It's been on.
Okay, sorry about that. Just want to make sure. Going to Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall here. I really want to get to a place where I can support this tonight, and it's clear to me, both from feedback from the community and direction from the administration, that it's an issue in need of immediate action. But I'm not there yet. I'm not comfortable voting on aye on this yet. I think that we did get some feedback from the chamber about that first section, but I feel as if they and the business community need more time to look at this. My sense is that they were able to read that first line and not necessarily get into the details, since it just had recently been published. So I think there's more to work through on that, especially because a lot of the language is repeated and identical throughout the rest of the ordinance. I also think that this concept of use of discretion, while is very prevalent throughout municipal governments, and I appreciate that explanation, doesn't necessarily mean that it has to. And I think with our equity training hats on, it's important to get into that a little deeper. And while I would never dream anyone in this administration or anyone on this council would seek to do harm to any business for any reason by using discretion, I am not comfortable ruling that out for future administrations, for future councils. I think that is an issue that needs to be talked about more up here. And so I'll be supporting this motion to delay tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Ray.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. I have so many thoughts, so I will try and shake them out in some coherent manner. The first one is I agree with Councilmember Martz that law and order is a hallmark and public safety is a hallmark of our community and one we can't forego. I also agree that our businesses are a cornerstone of our community, and they also represent a huge revenue source for us, just putting on my fiscal hat for a half a second, and something that we can't lose sight of. That being said, I also think that we have a bad actor in town, and I know we're trying to wander around that tactfully, but I don't want to feel the need to rush into some legislation that is clear that our business community has more than one sense of angst and apprehension about because of that. So I think taking a few weeks, and I agree with Councilmember DeMichelle, if something were to happen and it was because we had a bad actor, then that would be hard to live with. That being said, I don't think we're going to be able to do anything with our friend, the national chain, in 3 weeks. So I understand the urgency. I completely support the need to do something. I just want to do it right, because what we found with our code is we sometimes will do something with the best of intent to go back and clean it up, and then we end up with Title 18 and we got a hodgepodge of stuff, and we never go back and clean it up until it's a disaster. So let's just take the time. Let's engage the community. We've all said that that's really important, and let's do it right.
Thank you, Councilmember Ray. Rachel, could you address the timing question on if the ordinance is passed, when the city would be able to use it?
Well, I think the effective date is 30 days from now.
Mm-hmm. Thanks. So if the council were to consider it in 2 to 3 weeks, would the effective date be 30 days from that new date?
Yes.
So we're potentially pushing this out 6 weeks.
You're potentially pushing it out 3 weeks, because you'd have the same delay either way. You'd have
Correct.
the 30-day delay. So it's a 3-week potential delay.
Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you. I wondered, we talked a little bit with the last agenda bill about revisiting. I wondered what a potential revisiting of this could look like, given that it's both urgent because of the need, but also the business community has expressed wanting to have more time to process and understand it. So wondered if there's something we could recommend for revisiting it.
I can jump in on that. I would love desperately to rewrite all of Chapter 5.04. It's already on my list of chapters for us to go through and revisit. The timing of it will just kind of be dependent on prioritizing the other parts of your code that I would like to work on. I really like to improve municipal codes, so please don't tire of code amendments. We're going to work on several of them together, but this will definitely be something that will be revisited. It's on my radar now, and I won't forget about it.
Councilmember Hunt, I had asked Rachel over the next 6 months to 18 months to create this list that council would be able to prioritize based on a recommendation from Rachel as to which sections of code in their entirety that you wanted to redo. But it will take some time, as she's only been with us since November. City Clerk would like some. Thank you. City Clerk would like some clarification before the vote is taken.
Yeah, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify that there wasn't a date or time frame in the motion to postpone. So the default under Robert's rules is the next regular council meeting, which would be the February 7th meeting. So if there was a desire to have it postponed further out, which the council rules allow, then that time would need to be, that date or time frame would need to be specified.
Thank you for that. Council President, I think it's your motion. Defaulting February 7th is okay?
Yes, I was going to say the administration has clarified that there is room on that calendar agenda and that we could move to that date as needed. So yes, that date is fine.
Okay. And you also have a comment?
No, that was me commenting on that.
Any other questions or comments before we proceed to the vote? Motion on the table. City Administrator Bobkowitz?
Madam Mayor, I know this is not standard practice for the city council, but perhaps a brief recess would be in order. I think it might be useful for the city attorney and myself to confer with the mayor before there's a final vote. Would the council consider a brief 5-minute recess?
Sounds good. So we will be going into a brief recess at 10:50 and we'll reconvene at 10:55. City Clerk. So I'm going to propose another option here. I really, in good conscience, after hearing testimony and reading letters and talking with residents since October about what's been going on, and hearing people in our town say that they won't go somewhere because they don't feel safe, I'm just really disappointed at where we are right now from a community safety point of view. I mean, our number one job. If there was council interest or a council member interest in putting a sunset date on this ordinance with the idea of allowing a community engagement process with businesses, residents, et cetera, to happen during a 90-day period to bring back a revised ordinance, I could live with that. But the fact that we are putting no teeth in it, the fact that we would allow criminal activity that we know about that has threatened and scared residents in our town to continue is just beyond belief to me. I mean, it's astounding. So I ask for council's consideration or a council member to consider proposing a motion that would include a sunset date on this existing ordinance so that we can at least deal with the criminal highway that we know exists in town. The fact that we would do nothing is just earth-shattering to me. Just cannot believe that this is how we would treat our community and treat our residents who have come and told us that they were scared, that they were a potential victim of a carjacking. We had the shoplifter pull a knife on asset security at Fred Meyer last week. I mean, this is spiraling out of control. So I ask you to think about that right now. And if anybody feels like making a motion to adopt or would consider a motion to adopt the original ordinance, I'd like to hear you discuss that.
Mayor, this is the clerk. Just to clarify, we have the motion to postpone on the floor, so we'll want to address that and then can address any future motions.
Yep. So if council does not want to go on the record, not a single council member wants to go on the record and make a comment about it, we will go to the vote to do nothing. Councilmember Hunt. Oh, Council President Walsh, followed by Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you. The administration has previously stated in this meeting that you could use the ordinance that is on record tonight, or that is on record already, to revoke a license. You have done so with another business. You've stated that you could use that to revoke a license, and that this just further clarifies while broadening that ordinance. I would like to understand why this, when the council and the community and businesses have brought up concerns about certain language that is broadened, why we would get pushback in that situation when if your concern is that this needs to be addressed now, why not use the existing ordinance that we already have?
Great question. Rachel?
This would make it this would make the city's case much better. And that's really all I feel comfortable saying in an open public meeting. I don't want to get into the specifics of a case that we would bring.
I think Council President Walsh, the other case had to do with somebody having a non-conforming use, running a dog kennel in an area not allowed. We're talking about public safety and health here, and this is why we suggested the strengthening of this language. Councilmember Hunt?
Thank you. Well, I agree with a lot of the comments that Council President Walsh has made earlier about the concerns that we've heard from business community wanting to really understand the ordinance. I think we have addressed, we have explained why we are taking action or why we're considering taking action with One Touch and the urgency. And we've also heard, pretty heartbreaking testimony even tonight and before, definitely heartbreaking. And so I also understand, Mayor Polly, I also understand your comments. And so if, there's a motion on the floor, however, and why I asked about revisiting is because I think that is, it gives the business community a opportunity to work with us to understand why we would want to make these changes. It gives an opportunity for comment. It gives us an opportunity to revisit it once we've lived with it for a little while. I think that that would be my preference. That's why I asked about revisiting it. So I will, if the motion, not to be too hypothetical here, but if the motion doesn't pass to postpone this, then I would be interested in a motion to do the revisiting, because I think it gives the business opportunity. It shows that we want to work with them, but it also shows the urgency of the public health situation. Thanks.
Councilmember Hunt. Councilmember Martz, you told the city clerk that you would like to comment, but I will just pass that on.
I sent it to the wrong place. But there's others who still haven't gotten to speak for the first time. So I just wanted to offer my colleague, Councilmember Joe, if he wants to speak before I go a second time.
Thank you. I was probably going to vote against the amendment that's currently on the table for consideration. I think that the emergency situation or the urgency of the situation does require us to take action. I think that having the provision of a sunset period in there is a good idea. If possible, I would like to see that the sunset period coincides with the rewriting of this section so that we handle it all at once and take it as a whole body rather than trying to piecemeal it together, as one of the concerns that Council Member Ray had. So for the motion, currently, I would be voting against the motion to set it over to a date certain.
Councilmember Joe, I'm just going to check in and clarify your comment. So by the entire section, you are talking about
Section 502.
Section 502.
Yeah.
So let me just verify with Rachel. So the revision of the entire section, if that were to become a priority, is 90 days an appropriate amount of time?
Oh, just to revise this particular section? Absolutely.
I believe if I understood Councilmember Joe correctly, he meant all of section 5.02.
All of the chapter. I don't think that would be unreasonable. I'm just looking at how long it is really quickly here. Oh, it's 02. Let's see. Yeah, it's not. It wouldn't be a huge overhaul.
Okay, and Councilmember Joe, that was your intent, all of section 5.02?
Yes, that was. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Well, let me rephrase it. It would be easy for me to get a draft done. I guess it would depend on how much process was after that. But yes, right. I could get a draft done much sooner than that.
City Administrator Bob Kowitz, with Council Member Joe's request, do you feel that 90 days is feasible?
Absolutely.
Okay. Next up is Council Member DiMichele, followed by Council Member Ray.
No, I've already spoken. I think Councilmember Ray is next.
You know what? I was way up in the chat. I was back at the motion, so thank you very much. Yes, it is Councilmember Ray.
Thanks, Mayor Polly. just a thought about making sure that if we're going to commit to 90 days, and I would think that would be awesome, that we do factor in any process that we want to go through, and that includes, economic vitality. That means study sessions. That means public comment. That means, not recreating some of the kerfuffle we're having tonight. So I just want to make sure that was the expectation. It's not just the drafting of the revised ordinance.
And Councilmember Ray, let's confirm that with City Administrator Bobkowitz. My understanding is the same. This would be considered an emergency action to deal with the crisis we have at hand, but the public process of a 5.02 update would be a regular council community development or planning policy commission review. City Administrator?
The question about planning policy, I don't know that this would need to do that. I heard Councilmember Ray talk about economic vitality.
Okay.
So I would imagine that there's a draft from the city attorney's office in the next 30 days. We could have that on in March, but then would have this come back in April. Doing my math, I think that's correct, wouldn't it be?
Okay.
So, if we would say this would be till April 30th, that's a couple days more than 90 days. Is that right? I'm looking at Rachel. She can't tell I'm looking at her.
Councilmember Ray, is that your question then, that we would go with whatever boards and commissions we needed, regular process?
Yeah, if we were going to commit to 90 days, I just want to make sure that commitment factored in kind of normal legislative process, which, we haven't followed on this one. So I just want to make sure we don't do it again.
Okay, thanks. Looking to see if there's anybody additionally wanting to comment before we go back to the motion that's on the table. The motion on the table, it's been moved and seconded to postpone ordinance number 2968 to a date certain, which by default would be the February 7th council meeting. City Clerk, can you do the roll call vote?
Starting with Councilmember DeMichelle.
Nay.
Deputy Council President Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Hunt.
Nay.
Councilmember Joe.
Nay.
Councilmember Martz.
Nay.
Councilmember Ray.
Aye.
Council President Walsh.
Aye.
That's 3 ayes, 4 nays. The motion fails. You're muted, Mayor.
Councilmember Hunt, the motion fails 3-4. Councilmember Hunt, did you have a motion?
Clerk Geezer, would you be able to help me craft a motion that would propose the ordinance and put a sunset date on it for 90 days? Could I just read the proposed motion in the packet and add that language of 90-day sunset at the end?
We can just amend the ordinance to add a section that has the sunset date, and I have one that I already wrote for this. What was the date that do we just want to say 90 days, or do we want to put in a specific, what is the specific date that would be?
90 days. 90 days is the intent.
Okay, I'll just say, well, I was just calculating what the 90th day would be to put that in, to have the date, but I can just say 90 days.
So Rachel, you're entering that into the chat?
I am.
Thank you.
But I was going to ask first, before you do that, did you want to did we ever address the other potential amendment? I just wanted to
We did not.
Okay. I just want to make sure that no one thought that already happened, because it has
not.
It's been, okay. I'm putting I just actually sent it only to Tisha. Here we go.
I will ask in the name of expediting this if we could also have that in here for council's consideration, that change that was requested by the chamber, I believe you said.
So Rachel, if you posted it, we haven't seen it.
I just sent it to.
Okay.
Hold on. I sent it to Tisha, and now I realize I need to put the motion part in it. I wrote the sunset clause part. Move to amend ordinance to add section 4 to read. Okay, there you go.
Okay, thank you. And Clerk User, can I do this all in one motion? Just to expedite things, recognizing it's 11 p.m.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I am going to move to adopt ordinance number 2968, amending section 5.02.090 of the Issaquah Municipal Code regarding the grounds for revocation or suspension of a city business license, and move to amend the proposed ordinance to strike the portion reading, quote, "It is reasonably necessary in the interest of protection of the public health, safety, morals, peace, or welfare, or when," from the first sentence of section 5.02.090, and move to amend the ordinance to add section 4 to read, "This ordinance shall remain in effect for 90 days, after which date the ordinance shall be repealed."
Thank you. Councilmember DiMichele?
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Hunt, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you. I think, as I said previously, this gives the opportunity for the business community to work with the city, which is really the intent, and to understand so we can understand each other better about what we want to do and how we want to do this, and then it also gives the city a tool to address the public safety crisis that we have heard directly from residents about in a more immediate fashion, which I think is important. So I think that this addresses both of those needs to the best of our ability, and I hope that my fellow council members agree.
Thank you, Councilmember Hunt. I'm not seeing anyone else wishing to comment. Councilmember DiMichele, you seconded. Would you like to comment? Okay, thank you. City Clerk, do I need to reread the whole thing? There hasn't been much discussion. It's just read, but if you would like me to read it back into the record, I can.
Madam Mayor, before the clerk reads the motion, there's a question to the city attorney I'd like to ask regarding the effective date of the ordinance should the council adopt it this evening. Rachel, it would still be 30 days unless an emergency is declared. Is that correct?
That's correct. And you'd have to make another amendment to the ordinance to change the effective date, to declare the emergency and make it effective immediately.
Otherwise, the action the council is taking is 30 days effective after tonight. So, Rachel, would you mind explaining just briefly what kind of finding the council would need to make to adopt the ordinance as an emergency ordinance?
You would need to make findings that a public safety emergency exists in the city of Issaquah due to excessive crime originating from local businesses, and that it's threatening the public safety essentially. I just want to make a couple talking points on that.
Rachel, could you explain the process a little more? Findings of fact is a legal term. It's a document that the council adopts that explains the rationale for making a decision.
Yes, and we wouldn't have to do full-on findings of fact in this. We would just have to put in an emergency clause that just explains that since this is an emergency, it's going to become effective immediately. Ideally, we would have, if we were going to pass it as an emergency ordinance, I should have put in some emergency whereas clauses, but we can stick it in a section. It's just as effective in a section as it is in a whereas clause.
So I would kind of like to get the council feedback on it, whether or not immediately implementing this is something that they also are interested in doing, or if the normal 30-day process is acceptable. Councilmember Marks.
So we use the term transparency 100 times a year. Our community has spoken loud and clear on this. It's been boiling for a while. It has boiled over. They're telling us this is a crisis. Our police department is telling us this is a crisis. Our administration is telling us this is a crisis. We should absolutely implement it immediately, use the language that's appropriate. This would have a sunset, but that we would be addressing what we are hearing from our constituents immediately. Thank you.
So there is no amendment on the table. I just want to give the council members an opportunity because we definitely have a lot of diverse voices tonight. Anyone else like to speak to that suggested amendment? Or just thoughts?
Oh.
And City Clerk, let me just do a point here as well. Would it be more appropriate to proceed with an amendment and then have them share their thoughts, or should I just be letting the council deliberate under the main motion that's on the table? What's more appropriate?
I think a little bit of discussion is okay, before formal motions on the floor.
Okay, Councilmember.
And I would also just wanted to note for everyone too that for the statute, I believe that an emergency clause or emergency ordinance has to be passed by a majority of the council plus one.
Oh.
So I'll pull it really fast and see. Check my memory.
Thank you for verifying that. Councilmember DiMichele.
Thank you, Mayor Polly. So I think I'm just asking for a clarification more than a comment. I support Councilmember Mart's comments. So is the process here, we need to make another amendment, we need to pass that amendment, and then we pass the motion? Okay, all right.
You're passing your parliamentarian class, yes.
All right.
There is no amendment. There is no amendment right now, and I think the clerk will allow some limited discussion. Otherwise, we would have to be a little more formal and put the amendment on the table, which has not happened.
Right. Well, I would be willing to make that or propose that amendment, but I would like some wording also. So maybe we could comment while the clerk is preparing some wording for us, or?
Sure. We have some other people who would like to comment, so I think that'd be fine. Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you. So off the, we hadn't gone into this expecting the emergency piece, and I am currently uncomfortable with declaring an emergency when we know that there's a different standard for that, the findings that were just mentioned. I'm not familiar with the process. It's not something that we often do. So I don't feel like I have the information or the context around the process for declaring the emergency to be comfortable with that. I do, however, have, which is faster than we usually do things, I do have the confidence to go forward with the main motion, which is to implement this tonight. And then there's that period in which it becomes implementing. And I would imagine that saying that council took action and that we're going to have this tool, because we decided to make the changes to the code is also a powerful thing. I think having that tool is powerful. So that's where I am. And I think not, I don't think I can declare an emergency without having thought through what I need to know to declare an emergency. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other comments? And I will just circle back. Okay, I will circle back with Councilmember DiMichele. Are you still interested in having some language about adopting this as an emergency?
It's 11:21. So, well, I think for the purposes of clarity, we probably should do it. And so, yes, but I still need some wording to make the motion. So,
Rachel, is it possible to put some language in there? And Rachel also did let me know that this does require the majority +1 for the RCW.
Yeah. And yes, I'm just corresponding with the clerk, and that looks great. And she has a proposed motion prepared that I think she'll pop into the chat momentarily. Do we want, although I suppose we ought to add the language here. Let me just wordsmith this a little bit here. Sorry, can't wordsmith it into the chat box here.
And Madam Mayor, while the attorney does that, I think it's prudent to postpone the executive session that's currently scheduled to another evening. So I've let staff that's been waiting know they can go to bed.
Thanks.
Travis, we're here. We're just waiting a moment for some quick drafting.
Oh, wait. All right. Almost done. Okay.
Oh, it seems like everybody's sending messages to the host today. Councilmember Joe, comment?
Thank you. I would just like some clarification, Madam Mayor. Would it be your preference to have under when this motion comes up, council members cite specific facts and language to outline the necessity for an emergency? Is that the expectation?
That is a great question for Rachel. So once she has completed the edits that she's proposing, let's get her to talk to that. That's a very good question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please ask that question again, Councilmember Joe.
City Attorney Turbin, is it the expectation that once this motion is under consideration that you are looking to individual council members to build the facts, so to speak, the findings of facts in a way so that you have something, we have something to cite, a legislative history to cite to justify the adoption of an emergency? Is that the expectation?
Yes, I mean, I believe that this entire meeting, I think, does a fairly good job of setting forth the legislative history and the need for this emergency action, but it would be helpful if council members could weigh in on that, I think, briefly, at least a couple.
And I'm assuming, Rachel, that means if the amendment passes. So if the amendment is moved, seconded, and passes, you would be looking for
so then before you pass the final amended ordinance, then it would be good to add a bit of that.
Okay. Thank you for that question, Councilmember Joe. So the amendment is in the chat box. If somebody cares to make it, I'm losing track, but I do not believe the amendment has been made and seconded.
I will make the motion.
Oh, thank you.
I move to amend section 3 of the ordinance to read as follows. Effective date. This ordinance is necessary for emergency protection of the public safety and public peace and shall therefore take effect immediately.
And is there a second? Councilmember Martz?
Second.
Councilmember DiMichele, do you want to speak to the motion? We've had a lot of discussion back and forth already, or are you ready for the vote?
I will just recap what we've heard this evening, but also what we've been hearing for several months now with incidents of people being accosted directly inside stores, people being accosted in parking lots, people having to run and get help from police officers because they feel threatened, multiple instances of thefts being very publicly observed by members of our community and so forth. We have ample evidence that the situation has spiraled out of control. So I will be supporting the motion.
Are there any other council members who would like to speak to the motion? Councilmember Martz.
I'll just add that residents have said public safety has been deteriorating rapidly in recent weeks, and the administration has tried and failed to enlist effective assistance from affected businesses as further evidence of the emergency.
Other council members, any comments or discussion? Councilmember Hunt.
Thank you. I have a question for City Attorney. Is, in your opinion, are those sort of reciting of what we've heard from the community, is that appropriate for findings for a public health emergency, or is it atypical? I feel like I don't know the process very well.
Usually they would be set forth in whereas clauses, but there's no reason why they couldn't be done orally. It's not like there's a legal requirement that they be done in whereas clauses. It's really just the council has to make a finding.
So this
should have the same legal weight. It's just in a different form.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, I think it would be useful for the attorney once again to explain that the difference between an emergency ordinance and a state of emergency or a public health emergency. This is a different kind of emergency. It is an emergency that is specifically declared pertaining to a piece of legislative action. It is not saying that the city of Issaquah is in a larger emergency or this is a public health emergency. This is just a declaration to conform with state statute for the immediate effectiveness of an ordinance.
That is correct.
So understand that this is a particular kind of emergency, does not extend beyond the terms of the proposed ordinance.
You're just saying that this ordinance is necessary to combat this particular emergency, but not it's necessary as an emergency to become, it's necessary that it become effective
immediately.
Yes, emergently.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, City Administrator. Thank you, Rachel. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall here. Haven't spoken in a while since the original motion that failed, so I thought I would walk council through what I'm thinking at this point. This is tough. I mean, this is tough. It's 11:30. It is an emergent, immediate issue before our community, but I also believe that there are equally earth-shattering questions when it comes to the equitable application of discretion from the city on a community, and also continued feedback and dialogue with the business community. That being said, I feel comfortable voting in favor of this amendment for the emergency protection or the emergency effective date and the underlying motion due to the 90-day, whatever it's called, the 90-day sunset. So that's where my head's at now. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Are there any more comments or questions? Councilmember Ray.
Sorry to come in late. I'm struggling with kind of this weird feeling that I think this is possibly a necessary action, but far from sufficient to address the problems that we've heard about today. So I don't know how I feel about that and whether or not that affects my standing on an emergency. But if this is all we're going to do, we're not going to address the problems. So I just want to put it out there. This is a necessary step. I believe that to be true, but this is not going to be sufficient. And we can't go and revoke every business's business license because crime is happening in their parking lot. That's not the answer. So yeah, great. This is fine. Let's move forward. Let's give the administration a tool. But I need to see more than this. This is just not doing it for me, particularly at 11:35 at night.
Thank you, Councilmember Ray. Are there any other council members who would like to comment? Okay. Oh, Council President Walsh.
Thank you. I really appreciate the nimble work of trying to problem solve at 11 p.m. at night. I really wish we could have taken this to a community forum and a study session, and I feel like we would have ended up with better legislation here. I think this is a bad process, and I think we are getting bad legislation as a result. I think quickly looking at the other ordinances from other neighboring cities, I can see a lot more certainty there provided to businesses and internal staff about the process and the method for appeal and everything. I also just have real concerns about Section E on this ordinance that's proposed about requiring private businesses to report criminal activity to law enforcement or face the potential that their business license gets revoked. I'm not sure that's what we want to do from an equity standpoint, nor am I sure that's what we want to stand for as a city. And so This is a real tough situation. I wish we were not being put in this situation. To have to vote on what I view as fairly flawed legislation. And I hate to make statements like that in a public forum. I wish I could have resolved this as we were working through the issues before legislation was written out, but that has not been the process presented to us in this case. So just wanted to comment on where my thoughts are.
Thank you. Chief Schwan would like to make some comments as well.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know it's at the late hour. I just want to reassure that as far as perspective from the police department, this is not by any means all we're going to be doing. We're going to continue in working. It's just another tool as well to help affect some of the things that are occurring right now, as far as still working on all those processes. And with the sunset piece being in there, the idea is to implement something that and the attempt is to get action immediately. As with many of the codes in our certain municipality, we have the ability to enforce immediately. We don't go out and do that. We work with the community members to do whatever is possible. It's not like we're looking to go out to every single business that is having a crime or something that didn't get committed by somebody. The idea is to encourage that, again, it's a step process that we're going to be going through these steps and documenting, and then when it gets to a point, this is another tool to get things and keep the safety of the community at large and the people that visit our city as well. And so we want people to want to come here, and that's ultimately what it's about. It's not about just trying to be the hammer or just trying to implement another law. It's literally just about another tool in the toolbox to make sure we can work all together along with those people and those merchants and business owners to be as effective and being them good neighbors in what you guys as a collective also want, representing the community.
Thank you, Chief Schwan. At the chance of possibly getting in trouble here, I know that Councilmember Martz would like to do a second round comment. No, not you. That's not going to get us in trouble, your comment. Councilmember Walsh, if the amendment passes, there are opportunities for amendments. That's the piece that I think I'm going to get in trouble in. If there is a particularly alarming thing about having property owners who have, you can propose another amendment and see how it goes in terms of that. But anyway, it's late. Councilmember Martz.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I want to address two things that my friend and colleague and council president brought up. And it's the thing on requiring businesses to report crime. If it makes you feel any better about this, that's what we require of every store that serves or that sells alcohol, right? Now, whether they all do it in a timely fashion or not, we require it. And if we do that for a public safety reason, right? And if we believe that shoplifting is now becoming a public safety crisis, the way that teen drinking is a public safety crisis, then it should be okay to apply a comparable cure to that problem. The second thing is I want to address this, how did we get where we are tonight? And I'm going to play the 12-year card here just for a second. There is a thing, some councils show up and everybody knows what they're going to say ahead of time, and people just speak to the bleachers and then make their vote. This is not that kind of a council. It's telling me my battery is low. Great. We respond to what we hear from the community. We respond to what we hear from each other. And it tonight affected me in a way that I didn't anticipate and changed the level of how I felt about what we were going to do tonight, what we heard from the community. And so none of us had heard that before. Maybe the administration hadn't heard it before. But if anybody wonders why it's all so messy, it's because all 7 of us listen to the community and listen to each other and then make informed decisions even when we disagree. So just playing my little 12-year observation. Thanks.
Checking for any other round 2 comments before I call for the vote on the amendment. Giving it a few seconds. Okay, I will read the amendment. The amendment to the proposed motion. Amend section 3 of the ordinance to read as follows. Effective date. This ordinance is necessary for emergency protection of the public safety and public peace, and that it shall therefore take effect immediately. City Clerk, can you do a roll call vote?
Yes, starting with Deputy Council President Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Joe.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Aye.
Councilmember Ray.
No.
Council President Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DiMichele.
Aye.
That's 6 ayes, 1 no.
City Clerk, vote in the affirmative would have to be at least 5 in favor, and it's a 6-1. So the amendment passes.
Mayor, to clarify, my understanding is this amendment just required a simple majority, so it's been adopted, but the overarching ordinance, because it's now going to take effect immediately if adopted, requires a vote of 5.
Okay, thank you. Looking in the chat, I'm a little bit confused about what the next vote is. I believe it's the motion that's at 11:14 p.m. in the chat. Clerk, can you confirm that?
I can confirm. So I made the 3 motions together as one motion with ands.
Yeah, Councilmember Hunt, if you can look at the 11:14 one, I think that has all 3 of the motions.
It does, Mayor. That's correct.
And Councilmember Hunt nodded her head. Any other comments on this main motion then before I reread it and call for the vote? Guess I have to go back to the bottom to see. Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I will reread it before the vote. The motion on the floor is to adopt ordinance number 2968, amending section 5.02.090 of the Issaquah Municipal Code regarding the grounds for revocation or suspension of a city business license, and amending the ordinance to strike the portion reading, "It is reasonably necessary in the interests of protection of the public health, safety, morals, peace, and welfare," or when, from the first sentence of section 5.02.090, and amending the ordinance to add section 4 to read, "This ordinance shall remain in effect for 90 days, after which date the ordinance shall be repealed." City Clerk, can you take the vote?
Yes, starting with Councilmember Hunt.
Aye.
Councilmember Joe.
Aye.
Councilmember Marks.
Aye.
Councilmember Ray.
Aye.
Council President Walsh.
Aye.
Councilmember DiMichele.
Aye.
Deputy Council President Hall.
Aye.
That's 7 ayes, 0 noes. Thank you. And with that special provision on it having to be an emergency ordinance, 7-0 meets that standard. Thank you. Thank you for the long conversation, the very, very thoughtful questions. And trying to find the script. Here we go. The next item is good of the order, and I will keep my eye on the chat box to see if anyone has any comments for good of the order. I will talk about a few upcoming meetings, and then I'm going to hand it over to Council. Well, actually, I'm going to hand it over to Council President Walsh right now to talk about the 2022 City Council appointments.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to call everyone's attention to the council appointments to the local and regional boards that are attached to our agenda. In the next week, the clerk's office will notify the boards and committees of your appointments, and will work to connect you with the city staff contacts for those boards and committees. But you may just want to take a moment to figure out when that next meeting is in case that contact takes a little bit of time to happen. And then also included is the payroll and payables schedule for 2022 and the study session share schedule. If you have any questions, please let me know via email or text.
Thank you. There are some upcoming council meetings. January 25th is a city council study session, and it will be the first of a two-part council retreat. The session will focus on internal council operations and structures. On February 1st, there is a city council study session, which will be the second of the two-part council retreat. And the session will focus on the administration's proposed 2022-23 work plan and an Open Public Meetings Act refresher training. On February 7th, there is the regular city council meeting, and the potential agenda items include a Title 18 Land Use Code 2022 process update. As noted earlier in the meeting, the executive session this evening will be rescheduled to a future date due to the lateness of the hour. And so there being no further business, the meeting is adjourned at 11:47 p.m. Good night, everyone.